From distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Oh, big Nick, cause we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. Warriors of the ancient sea, songs of glory dark and bold. In the night, our spirits free, legends born, tales unfold. Oh, big Nick, cause we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. From horizons wild we roam, with thunder in our soul. Every battle brings us home to the stories ages told. Oh, big Nick, cause we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. Thank you. Welcome, folks. To I'm back from the United States. Hey.
I like it. Yes.
So I've been to Utah and looking at things that are older than me, and then I went to Miami and looked at boats and stuff and tourist traps and yeah.
So did you go pet a gator?
I saw a gator. I didn't pet a gator.
Well, I was trying to get Mr. Mo to grant me the power to get a moat with gators around our house.
Yeah. What did he say?
He said that ring's more likely to be on sale on Prime Day than the gator moat.
Yeah, and your youngest, most feral, he will probably ride them.
Yeah.
Can I
but
take this?
it's-
Can I take this to school?
Well, look, we'll teach him how to make a purse and gator nuggets from, egg to purse.
And I got a few things also. I got this one.
Oh, I love that. That is
Send more tourists.
that is fun.
Oh. Yeah, I had yes, Jen, that shirt was in the suitcase of souvenirs. Yeah, I had a stream yesterday, I think,
Oh, cool.
where I showed off the souvenirs. It was mostly alcohol based.
Hey, you know what? I have been waiting to do my final room product because we thought we had it almost together, but in the saga of the vanity that Mr. Mo put together himself, we got 3 different mirrors that are supposed to light up, and not one of them worked. So they finally just refunded our money. So we had to buy another vanity. So now my daughter has my old vanity, and he has to put together a new one.
Oh, you keep that man working. I
I have to keep him out of trouble.
Yeah. Now you would assume that having 6 kids would keep people out of trouble, but they kind of cause trouble as well, I heard.
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
all go to school now.
Yeah. Happy Mo. Oh, yeah. Now, this chair is getting squeaky, and I don't like it because I paid a lot of money for this. It's supposed to, hey, it holds 400 pounds and it will last you forever. Well, it lasts more than a year at least, but the
Do you
squeaky.
thunk down in your chair? Because sometimes you might have to tighten like the screws if you kind of thunk.
Ah, but then
Also,
I have
Nick,
yeah.
screw the chair. Get a lift chair that puts their feet up, has heating in it. Best, way more than I wanted to
What I
spend.
should get one of these massage chairs, but then my streams will be 5 minutes talking and then an hour of
Well, I did look at those chairs too, but Mr. Mo is like, you don't like anything touching your legs. And I was like, crap.
yeah. Oh, yeah, but I had a great time in the States. I will return next year. I've narrowed it down to either West Coast or East Coast.
I thought you were going to say like New York or DC, but you're like, either side of the country, none of the middle. I've done the
Yeah, I mean,
middle. We're done with
yeah,
the middle.
yeah, I kind of done the middle, and I have to work when it comes. I mean, I'm going at one point in time. I'm going to Arizona. Here's the thing: my vacation I can have in August, or I can stretch it to September. Going to
August and
Arizona is like
oh,
November, December, maybe January, and that's kind of out of that zone of vacation.
yeah. See, I'm going to Arizona when that switch in the weather patterns happens that was foretold in the day after tomorrow. That's the
Ah,
only way I'm going to Arizona.
yeah, when the polar ice gets, yeah, one of these things. Oh, now what are we going to do today? Well, I missed out on a lot of things during my vacation because Utah barely has internet, especially not down south in the canyons. And in Miami, uh, I I met with Steve Gosney for a few days, and then went to the hotel, and all of a sudden I had a cold, so I stayed in the
Oh
hotel.
no.
Yeah, and yeah, that wasn't fun. That wasn't fun. And I lost a sports coat.
Oh no.
Because,
Not the yellow one.
no, not the yellow one.
Okay.
One
I
of
was like,
one of my beige ones. So I mean, because apparently it's a thing, and I've been told, okay, more people know about this, because hotels who supply you with laundry bag, in my mind, and lots of others, means they have a laundry service. So you pack your shit, hang it on the door handle, they wash it for you. Not this one.
oh no.
This one, no, this is just only for you to separate your dirty clothes from clean ones. As if I'm 5 fucking years old. And needs to be. Oh, I
Okay.
wonder
Nicholas,
if this
we just
underwear.
but we
uh,
just watched a 3-hour thing where an investigator asked no
yeah,
questions. So
yeah.
you are on the high end of the bell curve of not, mental fucktardery.
Yeah, but I hung it on the door in the morning. It was gone by lunch. Then I asked the front desk, when is laundry coming back? We don't have a laundry service. Oh, really? So who nicked my sports coat? Well, apparently the cameras on that floor does not film my door, so
It
they
was
don't
one of the
know.
staff.
I would assume, yeah,
Yeah,
and yeah. No, the staff obviously have no. We never saw anything, and so I lost this. But I bought a new sports coat because I mean I
there you
lost
go.
out on a few days of spending money on trash, so I bought myself a new sports coat. And we were almost talking about it in the prior stream when because it's a Hugo Boss sports coat.
Well, he's designed many things since.
Yeah, I mean, he after World War II, he started to design other things than uniforms, and so
He
yeah, I
went
got
into
some.
scrubs.
Yeah, he went into. Yeah, so everything went fine, but as I said, lost out on a lot of coverage and stuff like that. So, well, this is from the last week. This week, it is the Karen Reed hearing,
Yes.
the Aidan Kearney hearing, and then we have the latest in the Donna Adelson case, because apparently she whines a lot in the public phone in the prison. She talks about her case and things in front of everybody, whining and whining and whining.
I was wondering when she was going to attack the jury. I
Yeah,
figured that was going to be like a really quick thing for her.
yeah, yeah,
But this doesn't shock me at all. I mean, she's still confused about how she's even there.
yeah. How did I not get away with this?
I mean,
How? Yeah.
I do think that this puts pressure on the state, though, at this
Mm.
point with two Adelsons behind bars. If they don't go after Wendy, I think people are going to have a lot of questions,
Yeah.
not understanding that there has to be concrete evidence, that there has to be links
Mm.
and all of this. And if they don't have that, we still have a justice system, but there are going to be questions.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. And so, yeah, I agree, because, I mean, the trial against Donna was equally a trial against Wendy, because prosecution tried to, hey, here's Wendy, hey, here's Wendy, and Donna's defense, hey, look at Wendy. So, yeah, I, but will they ever get there, or are they done now? I honestly don't know, because
Yeah, I
apparently
don't know.
Wendy is staying in the United States. I think she lives in Texas now. She
Did,
has a new boyfriend.
oh,
Yeah, so I'm not too sure, but will
does
I
she
be
still have a
surprised?
new boyfriend after her old boyfriend testified that they tried to set him up as the patsy?
Well, I don't know, but it's Wendy's very hard to read. Not only because she has a face so full of Botox, she can't even express joy or sadness anymore. I mean, that was
That's assuming she felt,
hilarious.
felt joy other than watching the end of Old Yeller and Schindler's List on Rewind.
Oh.
I mean, this is assuming this woman takes joy in normal stuff instead of like, things that would make humanity cry. I don't put this past her.
Yeah. Oh, and folks, also, this is the not the last Wheel of Regrets, but it's the last with this lineup. Next week, next Friday, will be a lineup with the souvenirs I got from
Ooh,
United States. I have 8 bottles of booze and a shot glass that more or less fits each and every one of them. I also have warheads, hot tamales, and then something called pickle candy roulette, where 2 out of
this.
3 candies are like strawberry and watermelon, and the third one is pickle. So there will be a new lineup next week. But so
Look,
this is the final week with this one. The rules are as per usual: a combined $50 in supers, gifted memberships, or via PayPal will get you a spin on the Wheel of Regrets. To make it a bit easier, you see up in the top
I was
right
wondering. I was
corner.
like, wait, you can have a QR codey thing. I saw that, but I don't understand technology, so I usually just buzz past those new things
Yeah,
they
I
put
mean,
up.
uh, they said it said on the webpage, hey, you can make a QR code now. So I made a QR code now. I have no idea if it works.
Oh,
So I want each and every one of you to test it with roughly $200 just to make sure it. No, I'm joking. I'm, I've no clue if it works.
Yeah, I look, I am trying to get better with technology, but it's still an upward battle.
Oh, oh, here, Dave, Dave, Dave has the link, so he can
Woo!
join in if he has time. All right,
And
I
I'll join in with my fun shot.
all right. Here we go. Spin on the wheel of regrets. Of course.
Oh, hot sauce.
Do I still have a spoon here? I should have a
Chug,
spoon here.
chug, chug.
Here.
You've got shot glasses. We can make this work.
I need to get myself a spoon. Oh, hold on. Say something funny.
Okay, well, let's see. Actually, so the Boozeporium that Mr. Mo took me to, because as an inside cat, I married the golden retriever of like peoply person. So I made him take me to Hobby Lobby and to this. It's like wine and spirit. It's like the Taj Mahal of wine moms. I cannot explain to you how magical this store is. They have an entire aisle, not like, shelf, aisle of fun sodas. Not sodas with booze, but more the Cheech and Chong variety. Now, Mr. Mo knows they help with my pain, so he was like, knock yourself out. Now, there's one, I wasn't paying attention to prices as I'm throwing random cans of fun soda into my cart. And it didn't hit me how much I'd actually acquired in the Boozeporium, other than the lady was like, "That'll be $70," and I was like, "Oh, okay," and I was like, "Paid the lady, Jeeves."
All right. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. There you can see. Ooh. Oh, I took the 8 out of 10 one. Okay. Cheers.
Yeah, I don't know what 7 essential herbs and spices they put into the ganja water, but I believe they use the same spices as Malort. Like anyone needs that.
Whew.
Don't take any Tylenol. Be careful.
No worries, I'm not pregnant. I look pregnant, but I'm not pregnant.
Okay, I don't care. I'm not a deeply political person. I have my thoughts, but taking enough Tylenol to put yourself in kidney failure to own anyone is the dumbest thing I have ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. I mean, if you take anything in abundance, it's not good for you. And I mean,
No, and on my morning show, I said, "Hey guys, I'm not a doctor. This is the headline. Talk to your doctor. Don't
yeah,
listen to a moron with red hair on the
mm,
interwebs."
yeah, yeah. And ask the doctor more questions if you don't like the answer. What are the actual recommendations? Show me the recommendation. And the recommended dosage of this is less than I took. Uh, oh,
Um, Not Tylenol. Tylenol, half Irish. The other NSAIDs like ibuprofen, Motrin, things like that are considered verboten when you're pregnant.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
Tylenol was considered a safe pain reliever, fever reducer.
yeah, safer. I mean,
Safer.
yeah, I mean it's always. Hey, Dave,
There I am. Hello.
there you are. Hey, how are you doing?
Have I made it?
Yeah, yep,
Okay.
yep.
I just this computer for the first time in like a month and a half.
Yeah, you've been busy as heck.
I've been all over the country. So have you, Nick. How was your trip to America this time?
It was great. It was great. Well, I was off strict.
Excitement in Utah when you were there.
Exactly. No, I was. I had a fun time in Utah. I mean, me in a camper van, a great camper van, and driving everywhere, looking at everything, getting a bit too close to the edge sometimes. Almost lost my ball cap because it was a bit too windy. And folks, I'm 6'4", closing in on 300 pounds. The area the wind can grab onto is quite large, and yeah, so that wasn't fun. And and I got to meet Donnie on.
Nice.
I got to meet
Awesome.
Mr. On and Baby On. And
Aw.
Baby On is so cute. He's so cute. I mean, it's but no pictures.
Are other babies cute? Like not your own?
Yeah, this one is. This one is. Oddly enough,
Yes.
he looks a bit like Connor. Um,
Wait. So how old's the baby? Because she just had him.
no,
He's like,
I
what,
mean
3 months?
he's like 6 weeks, 6-7 weeks.
Okay, so
Okay.
so 1.5 months.
Yeah, yeah, but he's a big boy, and yeah, and oh, he makes himself known when he's hungry, and I should let Danny An say this, but he's not here. He makes a growling sound when he eats, and it's so funny what he is actually attached to. And
Oh no, my sons would look at my husband like you ain't getting these back. Like and like hold them tighter. Like it was like cuz it wasn't with my girls. My girls never had that issue because I nursed them too. But my boys, they were just looking at him like "It's closed for business, sir. Mind your own."
oh no, Baby On is really really cute and sweet and everything. And then I got to meet Connor up in Logan, which yeah, we had fun times. We went to bar to we had yeah, I mean, we just hung out. And here's the thing about bars in Utah, especially sports bar, because we went to a sports bar, is that when I go to a sports bar, I'm going to be there for a few hours. So what I do, I order a pitcher. In Utah, you have to share a pitcher.
Oh yeah, they got a bunch of laws. Like you can't order your next drink until your first drink is completely gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's
So
so
they extended polygamy to the pitchers?
yeah.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. You gotta share the pictures. You gotta share the women, or
Yeah.
share the men rather.
So yeah, I said, oh, okay, bring us a pitcher. Yeah, so we put down 2 chilled glass and a pitcher, and I poured Connor half a glass. Yeah, shared.
Yeah, Utah's got a lot of
used
weird
to.
laws.
I'm used to. I mean, in a sports bar, there are 20 guys at the bar, each having a pitcher, not necessarily using the drinking glass.
Right?
I mean,
Yeah, Utah's probably not a big boozy state. Did you have to go behind the curtain? Like,
no. What's
so
behind it?
some restaurants have a curtain, like they don't have smoking or non-smoking, but they will have like the area of the restaurant that serves booze and the area that's Mormon?
Not any of the ones I made it to, at least.
Did you try the
No.
Mormon experience when you were there?
I did not get married.
No, no
I did
Provo
not have
push.
5. I
Nothing
did
like
not
that?
have 5. No, Robo.
No soaking of any kind happened in Utah.
Oh,
It's the only state that still has the vibrator bed for a quarter.
yeah.
Yeah, that's where it was invented.
Yeah. It's involuntary movement. Yeah.
Some little, LDS kid was playing with his electric football game, and he was like, I have a thought.
Yeah, did you pick up any magic underwear when you were there?
No, I did
No?
not. I
You
was
gotta get the
talking
full
to,
Utah experience next time.
yeah, yeah. When I get back to Utah, yeah, I mean, even though I was there for almost 2 weeks, there's still so much. There's still so much. And I got to Moab, I got to Canyonlands.
Moab is. Did you see the newspaper rock, by the way, in Moab? There's a rock. Yeah, there's a rock that's stained with some sort of mineral. And for like thousands of years, Indians would write on it and carve their little drawings and characters and all this stuff. And then there's some from like 1908. It was like Bob was here in 1908 sort of thing. But it's still there. Now it's all roped off, but it's very cool.
Oh,
It goes back
cool.
thousands of years.
yeah. But I went to Hole in the Rock, which is home. It was a couple who, I believe, after World War II, decided to move to Moab, and they found this gigantic rock and thought, yeah, we can use sledgehammers and dynamite and make this into a house. And they did. So it's called Hole in the Rock. It's about 20 minutes south of Moab. And
That is cool.
now it's a tourist attraction. So they were done. The entire thing took about 12 years. And then they lived, and then they donated it to the town of Moab. So they made it into a
This is
tourist
it.
attraction.
If I can add it. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, because you have a screen shared?
Oh, hold on. Remove.
I don't like how this works. See, so that's newspaper rock. I can't really zoom in
Oh,
anymore.
cool.
Maybe. But it has all these carvings in here. They're like thousands of years old.
And
And then if
Bob,
you're like in the upper left corner, it's like, yeah, Bob was here in 1908. It's like written up here. It's like this is like this part right here. It's like 1908 Bob something or whatever. You know, it's just,
Cletus and
like-
his 7 wives.
yeah, exactly. It's very cool. It's in Moab. I didn't know if you had a
That
chance
is
to get
cool.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, and lots of other things. But I never got myself into archers because the line into archers was first of all, you get there, then you see this big sign that says you have to download this app and have this daytime ticket of sorts. There's no fucking internet. They have no signal. So okay. But then again, the line of cars and campers and everything was easily a mile long. And I just, fuck it. Yeah. And then, I met up with Andrew Branca in Moab because he was out riding his bike. And he said, well, yeah, they have this daytime ticket, but go there before they open. What? Yeah. It's only for between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m. That's when they charge people going in and out. But if you go before 7, then there's no staff. You just drive straight in. Okay,
Nice.
Didn't know that. All right, but maybe next time. Maybe next time. And then I went up to Crystal Hot Springs in northern, yeah. But the hot springs, I mean, it was jam-packed with people, so I went to a neighboring town and have a snack instead. So, yeah, but everything was amazing. And then down to Miami, and for 2.5 days, Steve
Hanging out
drove
with
me.
Steve?
hung out with Steve. He drove me out
Cool.
to Everglades and then around town, showed me, well, here's a little Havana, here's this, here's that. Yeah.
Cool.
And then I spent 3 days in a hotel room down with the cold.
So, how do cold meds here in America compare to the ones in Sweden? Do you have to show your ID because people make,
No, I mean, I just took the over-the-counter stuff, so not really. I mean,
Oh, I
of
was
course,
wondering if maybe
of course,
Sweden gets
for
fun stuff.
because of no reasons at all. Of course, I bought Tylenol. Yeah, well, sure, and cough drops and everything like that. But I mean, it's cold medicine. I didn't really helped.
Yeah,
I mean,
it sometimes makes you go to sleep deeper if you're
Oh.
just miserable. But
Yeah,
it
that-
I
doesn't,
don't find that any of that stuff helps. I just suffer through and move on.
I
don't
find
need-
that
I
the
don't need
day
that.
ones make me much more tired than the night ones. So I don't take anything during the day, but I'll take a day one at night.
All the good stuff that really helps isn't available on the market.
Yeah, yeah. It's back to voodoo for me.
So when'd you get home, Nick?
I landed yesterday morning.
Oh, nice. You're already back on the tubes.
Already back. Yeah, I was already back already yesterday. So, I
I
mean,
did see a member-only video you put out. Was that yesterday or earlier today?
no, that was my unpacking of souvenirs stream. I did that publicly, and then I made it to members only.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I have not been watching much. I watch Mo on the drive to work, and then I pop over to Dolly when he goes live. I might pop in to a couple other channels a little bit. But since you're not on, you like YouTube is like, oh well, you're not interested.
Yeah,
And
and
then
I
when you
I
click
tried
on
to
one
put-
short, you go like down a rabbit hole of everything
Yes.
else. Like I clicked
Yeah.
on a short of it was a clip of a movie. It was a funny part of a movie. So now that's all I get recommended to me.
Yeah, and I tried to have a few videos and a few shorts, and I did this live meetup with Steve on Saturday. But I mean, yeah, by that I've already been more or less out of YouTube for 2 weeks, so now I have to build everything up again.
I didn't get
So
a notice for this going live. I didn't notice anything until I saw your DM on X that sent me a link, and I was like, "Oh, Nick's streaming. Okay, yeah," because I got no notice from YouTube, and I was streaming YouTube at the time.
Yeah, it's hard when you take a little bit of a break. Like I had infusions last week and finally, or the week before last, and finally feeling human again. And then it's like, oh yeah, now I need to get back into streaming.
Yeah, YouTube forgets you much. So, folks, hit the thumbs up, do everything to get me into the algo again. Tomorrow I will start reading from the Delphi trial transcript again, and Sunday I have to keep my Sundays off, and then Monday I'm back to work.
By the
And I'll
way,
go-
did you tell your audience that on November 1st you're going head to head with Steph, the Alter Nerd, in a Lego
I
build
have
out?
Oh,
Yeah, now this time it's happening. It's going to be Halloween themed Lego between me and Steph the alternate.
cool.
Sweden against England. Will we invade again?
Actually,
I
at
think
this point,
so.
I think England needs a Sweden invasion.
Yes,
Yeah.
they kind of do. They kind of do.
Yeah.
For everything that Sweden did this past year, as far as curtailing speech,
Yeah.
the UK just sort of like doubled down, multiplied it by 10, and then
Yeah,
just went
it's stupid. I mean, I don't
Well, and
want
now
to go
they've got
to
a digital ID coming down the pike.
yeah,
Don't raise your nation's flag.
mandatory digital ID for everything government, and I can guarantee they will use it. Well, if you want to go on the internet, no VPN, and you have to log in with your government ID.
That's where it's
I
going.
can guarantee that will happen.
Now,
Because-
I have when I'm crossing the border, when I'm sailing. I talked to you about this, Nick, when you were here last year.
Yeah.
When we sail across to Canada and then we come back, we have to have this digital app, and we have to have everyone's IDs in it, like your passports, and you have to have the name of your boat and when you left and when you came back, and then it tracks you. I guarantee you, this thing tracks you,
Yeah.
and probably downloads everything on your phone. So wipe it first, and then. But yeah, that's scary to think about. So when we decided that I wasn't gonna risk taking Nick to Canada, then I just like deleted it, wiped everything. I'm like, I don't want this on my phone. I don't want this on my phone.
Yeah. Well, I foresee English because I'm an English nerd, news nerd. Like when I'm pulling stories, I am listening to all the English news, like I know what they're talking about.
Well, Steph just did a stream on it. Were you watching Steph's stream about that digital ID? She went into some
No,
detail on it.
I was watching GB News. It's more of a conservative leaning take on English news. I tend to just listen to it in the background because they always sound so much smarter, even when they're calling each other like, mentally subnormal midgets. They just sound so classy.
Yeah, I mean, a Brit's insults are a bit extra sometimes.
I'm gonna do a little plug for Steph, if you don't mind, because I don't know if a lot of people know that she has a different channel where she talks about British political stuff. It's called Political Nerds, and I want to put a link in the chat because it's a newer channel for her, and but it's all political stuff. She doesn't talk about the royal family. She talks about all British politics. So go check it out, guys.
Oh yeah, I definitely need to sub up because I love hearing everyone else's take because I know mainstream media is going to be a little bit. So I also listen to the Lotus Eater podcast and a couple other, like the Black Belt Barrister. So I need to add her to my rotation of English news so I don't pay attention to our own news.
Yeah, you don't want you want English news from people in England. You don't want it from us.
No.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, first of all, thank you, Wendy H, for $10. And here's Derek with £5. British currency. Getting us to 35 to the next spin on the Wheel of Regrets.
Take Go News with a pinch of salt. They have an arm in mainstream media. Yeah, that's like OAN. I'm just looking at Nicola's thing. That's like OAN too. OAN I thought was great when they came out, and then they got a little too big for their britches, and now they're a little too much mainstream. But I still like them better because it's a little bit less corporate. But you gotta take all of it with a grain of salt. There's there's another website. Can't remember the name of it. And it'll give you the news sources from both sides. You can literally read Ground. Ground. Are you reading Ground?
Because I have had to switch to Daily Mail because the New York Post isn't working on Brave right now. And you have to, I think, buy a subscription to Ground.
Yeah, you do.
And I try to keep my stuff, at least for the morning show, not political. I just simply don't pull things that are political. Or if I have to, I'll say, hey, there's like a gajillion and 12 political things. I'm just giving you the headline,
Yeah.
That
Ground
kind of
is
thing.
Ground is a great resource though, because you can literally pull up the two articles talking about the same thing in different contexts.
It is interesting, and then the disparate coverage. You can kind of see how many sites are covering this, if they skew more left or right or central. So it is nice.
Yeah.
Thank you to Pester and Glare, gifting one membership. It went to Phoenix. Thank you so much. Wendy H, when is David streaming next?
She keeps asking that in the chat. I was waiting for a time to interject. I'm actually going to do a stream next week. I know I'm late to the game, but I'm going to be talking about ABC and what's his name? Jimmy Kimmel. So there's a lot of misinformation out there about the First Amendment and did this violate, did it not? And I feel like I'm going to do a First Amendment / ABC v Jimmy Kimmel FCC sort of stream. So I'm going to do that next week sometime. I got to set that up.
Yeah, because if I hear free speech one more time when this
I
is a
know, I
private
know.
corporation, it's like the people that are like, it's my constitutional right. It's like
Well,
arguing with a sovereign citizen.
If you want a preview, the question that was presented to me is, does the First Amendment have a role to play here, and could there be a First Amendment violation? And my answer is maybe. And so we're going to go through it. And
Well,
so
but
check that
that's
out.
like most things. Most things are in shades of gray, so there can always be a possibility. And a good lawyer is going to look at are there any ways that you could look at this picture and possibly, see a fact pattern in a positive light or argue a case?
Yeah. So we're going to break down the fundamental laws that we're talking about. And then we're going to go through some examples of where it's been applied in the past and where it's failed in the past. And then we're going to take a look at Jimmy Kimmel and ABC and see what we got.
Yeah. Now, not knowing, for me, is if there is government pressure on news work, yeah, then you get into the First Amendment issues. But if it's just people telling ABC to cancel Jimmy Kimmel, that's free speech.
So let's take a look at it this way. This is sort of an analogy. When somebody is arrested and they're read the Miranda rights and they've invoked their Fifth Amendment right, I'm not going to talk to police officers. Police officers cannot question them, right? So then there was a question along the lines of, well, can the police employ a fellow inmate or an undercover officer, that's not even an inmate, to ask and probe questions of the witness or of the defendant? And the courts have said, well, even if it's just a fellow prisoner, they're being employed at that moment. They're acting as an agent of the government.
Of the state. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So with that agency law in mind, if ABC is acting as an agent for the federal government or the FCC, then we might have First Amendment issues. So that's really the question. Now, if they're acting because they want to appease the FCC, but they're not getting direction from the FCC, I don't think that creates a First Amendment issue, right? Because they're doing it voluntarily, even though they're doing it to appease a government entity. And we're going to go through some examples of that.
Have to prove that this isn't in response to profit loss. He has been losing money hand over fist. The production or cost involved in his show aren't represented in ad revenue that he's bringing anymore. He gets less ratings than, I swear to God, ABC, take me up on it. Put reruns of American Gladiator up and put Jimmy Kimmel's ratings up and see who wins.
Well, that's the thing, is that the networks in and of themselves, their customers are dying. They're the baby boomer generation. People are not watching late night television anymore. They're just simply not. And the younger generation, Gen X, maybe the older part of Gen X still is, but the younger part of Gen X, which is what I'm at, going into millennials and all that, they're not watching late night TV. So you have a vast majority of the population that doesn't care to watch these variety talk shows in the evening. Nobody cares.
At best, you watch clips of it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, that's like SNL. I don't watch SNL, but I go to YouTube on Sunday and I watch the news segment of SNL, because I like those two guys. But I'm not going to watch the entire show. I don't care what band is playing. I don't care which actor is hosting. I don't watch all that. So that's their fundamental problem. And and they could fall back to that. That's like Colbert was canceled because they said like the ratings were shit. Like, oh, this is Trump's government. This happened immediately after the settlement with the FCC and the merger of Paramount and Skydance and all of this stuff. It's all commingled. It's all commingled. Well, or it could be that Skydance took over Paramount and said, hey, you got to cut these loose ends. Part of our deal is all of your non-performing entities got to go. and that was one of them.
And I'm shocked that that merger actually went through because the Disney Hulu takeover, they didn't have enough to. They're really struggling with their bottom line, and there was a lot of like, we might have overpaid for this, and Comcast was really worried they weren't going to come through with the rest of the payments.
Hulu is an interesting entity. When my first semester of law school, Hulu was brand new. I was like one of its first customers. And at that time, it was a joint venture by ABC, NBC, Paramount, ABC, so Disney, Paramount. It was like a joint venture between all the networks that were like, hey, there's this internet thing. Let's get together and put some of our older shit on the internet. See if this works, and to try to compete with Netflix, because Netflix had just started that streaming thing at the time, and so Hulu was kind of novel, and it was a joint venture between basically all the big media companies.
Yeah, what the media companies are failing to remember is that people went to places like Hulu and Netflix because we were cutting the cord. We don't want to have to buy special packages because now you've got Paramount Plus, you've got you had ABC Plus, but you have all of these. So now you're back to having to buy 37 different packages if you want to watch the things you want to watch, or go to Pirate Bay.
You know what? That's why I love Amazon Prime, because although I can, subscribe to Disney, I can also rent Fantastic Four on Amazon Prime for $4.
Yes.
Yes. And watch it that one time, and then I'm good.
Yeah, and they have Hannibal, which I particularly love. So,
I have Netflix because pro wrestling, and so they have WWE there. So I can sit in.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, but Nick, what's cool is I got a VPN the last time I was in Sweden because it wouldn't let me access the courts when I was working remotely. Yeah. So now, a friend that she was on a reality show in Sweden. So I used it to say that I was in Sweden to watch that show, and then I started looking at Netflix and Hulu and all these other things when I'm on that VPN in Sweden. You guys got a ton of great shows that we can't get. Did you know that you can watch The Office still on Netflix if you're in other countries like Sweden and the UK?
Yeah. This is some bull crap.
So all the NBC stuff that they pulled off and they put on the Peacock app, you could still get it if you have a VPN. So it's not an advertisement.
Ordering a VPN now?
Nord, sponsor me.
I'm waiting for that Raid Shadow Legend sponsorship because I can't even play Tetris. So I'll be like, come watch Mo curse furiously as she's trying to build her character.
Super Vet. What Super Vet is on Prime? I don't know what Super Vet is.
I don't know either.
I saw Superman is on Prime, the new Superman.
Oh.
I have no interest in watching that.
Nah. The only thing that that dog is funny, but only. I watched the trailer. I kind of know how it's going to end. So, now back to the scheduled programming.
There's a schedule. There's I didn't get notes.
Donna Adelson wanted a new trial, and she wanted to interview jurors because she claimed that, there's evidence, apparently, that, two jurors were talking about it during trial. Yeah.
And your defense attorneys didn't make a objection and note it for the record then when you found out during the trial?
Exactly. So let's see what the judge said. Order denying defendants' post-trial motions. So we kind of know how it went. This cause came before the court for consideration of the defendant's motion for leave to interview jurors, motion for new trial, and renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, all filed September 15th.
I will say, though, sorry, I will say, if you listen to Steve Gosney and his jury expert, there's jury misconduct in every trial, apparently,
Yeah.
according to her.
Mm.
So it's not far-fetched to think that there was something going on with the jury.
Mm.
And I feel like there should be a better mechanism for determining that than this sort of thing, because these motions are just meant to fail.
Yeah.
Okay, well, MLS, would you be okay with them? Because Indiana is much different. You're allowed to start deliberating at any point. So would you rather change to that kind of system where the jurors can talk throughout the trial about it, or simply
Yes.
crack down? Okay.
Yeah, I would. And the reason why is because presumably they're supposed to be somewhat open-minded to this. And if you have a juror that's thinking guilty after the first day, and then they're talking with other jurors, and the other jurors are like, really? We kind of really don't have enough evidence to think guilt. It might, bring him back, or vice versa, of course. But that's the idea behind it. I like that idea.
I will say that it was easier to, I mean, it was only like a 3-hour trial, but it was easier to keep, like when we would go back and we would all look at each other and say, did you believe anything that cop said? And I was like, did he call himself Super Trooper unironically?
Oh,
And
that's amazing.
after saying that, they still made me 4-person, so.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
No, but I do like that idea. That's a very good idea. And I do like the fact that in Michigan we have jury questions. We're slowly getting there.
I do like the jury questions because I think it shows again where either you need to clarify something if an expert was too granular or maybe didn't explain things right. It gives you that idea, but it also gives you the kind of hidden knowledge of who actually understands these things that you wouldn't think, because sometimes you get a question out of left field with someone who's like, okay, which chemical assay test did you use for this DNA test or something like that. And it is interesting to kind of find the hidden experts within the jury, but just by their questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, jury questions are sometimes the best part of any trial. I mean, in the Jodi Arias trial, you could tell that the jury, Jodi, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Who couldn't
they
love
had
our
a ton
Jodi?
of questions for Jodi herself. That was amazing.
Oh, let's see. The court, having reviewed the defense motions, the court file trial record, and being duly advised in the premises, hereby finds motion to leave to interview jurors. Defendant seeks to interview 2 members of the jury in her case, jurors 5 and 7. In moving to interview jurors, the motion, quote, must set forth allegations that are not merely speculative, conclusory, or concern matters that inhere in the verdict itself.
I'll be right back.
Consequently, quote, juror interviews are not permissible unless the moving party has made sworn allegations that, if true, would require the court to order a new trial because the alleged error was so fundamental and prejudicial as to vitiate the entire proceeding. Defendant's allegations do not establish a prima facie case of a jury misconduct, but instead encourage the court to engage in a procedure disapproved of by the Florida Supreme Court. The argued reason for interviewing juror number 5 is that, quote, he revealed he considered how defendant reacted to the evidence and testimony during the trial. However, defendant also notes that juror number 5 expressly stated that he, quote, did not consider her reactions during deliberations. Defendant's motion concedes that juror number 5 said he did not consider defendant's reactions when deliberating. This challenge primarily concerns that juror number 5 observed defendant's reactions during her trial. By operation of fundamental, procedural, and statutory rights, the jurors are present in the same courtroom as the defendant. It is not impermissible for jurors to visually observe the defendant over the course of a trial. Florida Supreme Court in Phillips v. State found the fact that 3 jurors briefly viewed a defendant in his jail uniform was insufficient to warrant a new trial. The facts alleged here fall short of the argued prejudice found as insufficient in Phillips. Accordingly, defendant may not have leave to interview juror number 5. The argued reason for interviewing juror number 7 is that she posted on TikTok that she was selected as a juror on August 26, 2025. Defendant provided a video recording of this post, and the court was also able to locate the post on the juror's TikTok account, where it remains an active post as of the filing of this order. It displays the following text of a video of juror number 7, quote, "When I told God I needed a break, and he makes it so I am selected to serve on a jury for a 2-week trial, won't he do it?" Along with a caption that reads, "No work, no kids for most of the day. YK, what? Heaven, yeah." Juror number 7, TikTok, with the TikTok address, all right.
But she didn't expressly name the case. She just said a
No.
2-week trial. And while you could infer that it's the Donna case, Florida is a big state.
Yeah.
And even in, a locality, you're going to have several, unfortunately,
Yeah.
crimes of a serious nature going on at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, and Tallahassee is not a small place. They have more than one trial going on in Tallahassee. Maybe not more than one 2-week trial, but yeah. What else did I say? The court concludes juror number 7's TikTok post does not constitute communication about the case. Rather, it was a comment about her jury service and its length. It does not reveal the parties, the attorneys, the alleged crimes, whether it was a civil or criminal case, or even the location of the trial. In other words, it was not about the case. As such, it's not juror misconduct. The TikTok post was not so fundamental and prejudicial as to vitate the entire proceeding. Furthermore, every prospective juror was informed. If you are picked for the jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for the jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in this case. Defendant did not object to the jurors being able to disclose that limited information, and juror number 7's TikTok post comports with this exception to the communication prohibition. Defendant cannot now use juror 7's compliance with this directive as grounds to interview her. Accordingly, defendant may not have leave to interview juror number 7. The motion for leave to interview jurors is denied as to both jurors 5 and 7. Motion for new trial and renewed motion for judgment of acquittal. A. Contrary to the law or the weight of the evidence and judgment of acquittal. The court does not find the jurors' verdicts is contrary to the law or the weight of the evidence. When considering a Rule 3.600A2 new trial motion based on weight of the evidence, the trial court must exercise its discretion to determine whether a greater amount of credible evidence supports an acquittal. The court must weigh the evidence and determine credibility just as a juror would. The court concludes the greater amount of credible evidence supports the convictions. The court relies upon its previous rulings, all direct and circumstantial evidence admitted, the evidence demonstrating defendant's consciousness of guilt, and its own credibility determination of the witnesses. Stated there is evidence in the record demonstrating overt actions by the defendant in furtherance of the murder for hire scheme. Blah, blah, blah. At a minimum, there must be proof of some overt act or some words uttered in furtherance of the scheme that led to the murder. Members of a conspiracy may have more than one objective. The trial evidence demonstrates defendant's objective for the crimes being completed as separate and distinct from her son, the middle woman, and the triggerman. However, their combined acts resulted in the crimes committed and death of the victim. Because the objective of certain co-conspirators here was obtaining money through criminal acts, the death of the victim did not terminate the conspiracy until the co-conspirators received their payments. The trial evidence established defendant's connection to those payments. Thus, based on the unique facts of this murder for hire, defendant's case is distinguishable from Williams. The court also denies the renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, relying on its denial of defendant's initial motion for judgment of acquittal. All direct and circumstantial evidence admitted and evidence demonstrating defendant's consciousness of guilt. B. Decision. Well,
sorry, I was just. Who thinks Harvey is still in the country? And who thinks if he's still in the country, he's a fool?
Harvey
I
is
keep
a
going
very
down.
submissive guy. He will stick around Donna.
Yeah, he does. Donna seemed like the one who wanted to go to Vietnam or
Yeah,
Cambodia or wherever she wanted to go.
yeah,
He just seemed like he was walking next to her, kind of like, I guess we're going to, Cambodia for reasons.
mm, yeah. I don't. Yeah, I think Harvey is sticking around. Wendy, well, she lives in Texas. Apparently, she has a boyfriend, and that's a brave man.
I think
Um,
Wendy's gonna get charged before Harvey. I feel like they have more on Wendy.
I mean,
Uh,
this trial was equal parts against Donna as because both parties, the prosecution mentioned Wendy a lot, and the defense tried to throw Wendy under the bus. So yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that is, I think, going to be everyone's next thing. Everyone is waiting to see if Wendy gets charged with anything.
mm.
I
Yeah,
just
because
can't believe they're not going to. Not that I think she's guilty. I don't know enough about her
mm,
actual role, but when
mm,
an ex goes unalived, uh, and
mm,
you have family paying to unalive the ex,
mm.
you kind of look at the
Yeah,
at the
I
at
mean,
the
Yeah,
spouse.
the innocent bystander. No, I mean, she really went out of her way to grab that bottle of booze that
yeah,
just
that's,
happened to be on. And then you have the cop who testified, yeah, I saw that car going into the street, saw that we have blocked it off, turned around, and it's apparently it was Wendy's car. So
yeah, she also didn't, I mean, again, you hated this guy, but you were
mm,
married to him for years.
yeah,
That's a unique, different kind of grief. And
mm,
not only that, but if you're a mom who cares about your kids, you realize that your sons just lost their dad. And you might not be sad for him as losing your partner
mm,
or your ex-husband, but you know that your kids are going to be
mm,
suffering.
yeah. And short time afterwards, they changed the boy's last name.
Oh,
And
Yeah, I mean, talk about doing stuff that makes you look guilty.
mm,
yeah.
and more or less, I mean, for the first few years, uh, Dan's parents was barely allowed to speak to the boys. They effectively removed everything about Dan from the boys. And now these kids are, I believe they are 12, 13, 14,
Yeah, I was
something of the sort. And I mean, they have to start asking questions because, I mean, even though I believe there's some serious brainwashing going on, yeah,
Those kids are gonna have fairly fine childhoods
mm,
and really messed up adulthoods.
yeah,
yeah.
That's my thought.
That's
They're
that's
gonna be
that's the problem.
yeah,
Once they get
because,
out into the greater world and she's not curating the information that they're allowed to see, like
yeah.
or like North Korea,
yeah,
they are going to have such trust issues.
Yeah,
mm,
that's my thought. They're gonna be fine, not great, not the best, not perfect. They're gonna be fine as kids and effed up as adults.
mm. Now,
I wouldn't be.
What will happen if they charge Wendy? What will happen? Because the boys can, into some shape or form, determine where they want to go. The
How old are
grandparents
they?
are in Canada,
How
but
how
Okay,
old are the kids?
13, 14, I believe.
They
well,
They
probably
are.
can they
go
go?
with they probably go with grandpa and grandma unless
I mean, done. Yeah, I mean, it's Canada. It's
yeah.
so it's still a lot of paperwork. But then again, you have Dan's. Well, you have uh, with older brother Adelson in New York with his wife and kids.
Yeah, some family members gonna take them.
Yeah, and I think the grandparents will have better luck with the older brother who testified in court against his family.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a guy who got away from his family, and you could tell because there were certain aspects he wasn't allowed to testify about. he he probably has some more damning information about his family than people know about. Let's see. Where were we? Decision of any
Oh, I
matter of
did have a
law.
question.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, not you, Cora. Sorry, wrong, wrong question. Could the boys, in theory, should they grow up and become privy to all this information, take her civilly to court for wrongful death for their father?
Ooh, their mother?
Yeah.
oh,
They could.
yeah.
They could. So there's a tolling statute in most states. I can't imagine it doesn't exist in all states. It says if the plaintiff, the one that's injured, is a minor, then the action tolls until they reach the age of majority, and then the statute of limitations start running. So in the next 3 years, they could start figuring out if they want to do that. They
Because if they don't have enough to get Wendy civilly, I could see the boys, once they're privy to all information, wanting
You mean,
something.
yeah, you want it. Yeah, if they don't go after Wendy criminally, you mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they can go against, everyone convicted.
They
not
could, but
not that it is much money in it, but also to show conspiracy. That
yeah,
if
they could. They could definitely, potentially
Because-
bring a suit. The
yeah.
question would be, would it be advantageous? Would they want to?
Yeah,
Things like
Yeah,
that.
no, I was just wondering if they were precluded from that because I don't know if there's a statute of limitation on wrongful death, and
I would imagine there's a civil statute of limitation. There's not on criminal for the M word, but there would be a statute of limitations on the civil end. But that again tolls, meaning the statute doesn't start to run until they reach the age of majority. That could be interesting.
yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah,
see, I could have been a lawyer,
yeah.
except
Well,
reading and stuff.
Looking at Donna's defense, you would have probably done a better job. And
Would I have been given a wig allowance though? Because I feel like I am willing to be Sarah Boone's third-party intervener as long
If you
as
become a barrister, you have to wear a wig. Over in the UK.
yeah. But I'm not moving to the UK right now while Stama's in power. That's
Nick, do attorneys in Sweden wear long, beautiful wigs?
nope,
No? Okay.
no. I mean,
It's only a
and I'm not moving to Canada if they're killing the ostriches.
Do you have to wear a wig in Canada anymore? I know the judges do, don't they?
I
Yeah,
thought wrong.
I don't know if Runkle wore a wig when he went up to the Supreme Court, but I only
just
think
gets
that
a
is for
perm.
Supreme Court or something. Yeah, I could just get a perm. And,
I would pay to watch that members only stream with Nik Starow and the perm rods.
Somebody said in your chat earlier that Harvey Adelson was just arrested. I'm not seeing any information about that. So.
I did look at Twitter to see if that was a real thing because we're like, holy cow, they're moving fast.
Yeah, no, I didn't see anything.
nah,
I
out of
honestly
everybody
think they
in that
kept Harvey
family,
in the dark.
yeah,
with
out
a
of
lot.
everybody in that family, Harvey is probably a lot in the dark. He seems like, from everything everybody said about him, he just tags along. Half Irish says no wigs, just robes in Canada.
Oh,
Decision of any matter of law which arose during the trial. The court does not find error in refusing to admit the complete 2014 and 2023 planners. Oh, I actually had a bit of an issue with that because out of all the planners, because she had planners all over the place. If they're using that little part of it, by simple rule of completion, all the
Yeah,
planners should be admitted. I don't see the harm in allowing that. That is one of few decisions with this judge I did not agree with. But then again, I don't know what the statutes say in Florida regarding the rule of completion.
Well, right here, it's spelling it out. It says under the court rules 90.108A or 108.1, the statute requires the adverse party to introduce the other part of the statement at the time the first party introduces the statement. But Florida courts have generally allowed the adverse party to delay introducing the other part until cross-examination. I didn't watch the trial, so is that really on? Is that more of like an ineffective assistance of counsel kind of thing?
And defendant's request was too late because it came after cross-examination of the relevant witnesses.
Yeah, why wouldn't you try to introduce it?
Yeah, isn't that the first rule of defense lawyering? You know, object, put it on the record.
But they had that in pre-trial. They wanted the entirety, and then it was punted forward to we will handle it when it happens.
Left the issue.
And then they probably left the issue.
They didn't preserve it. You know, that's not a uncommon problem, unfortunately, especially now that I've been doing a lot more appellate work. It seems to be a regular practice of these attorneys to forget what they were talking about, like at one part, and then when there's an actual opportunity to address it, they just don't. And so the question is harmless error, right? Would that have changed anything?
Maybe Sweden should just demand Swedish hockey hair instead of wigs. Yeah, the Swedish word for mullet is hockey hair.
Is it really? It seems appropriate.
Yeah, because on top, short because you don't want it in front of your eyes, but you still have the
party in
ponytail. Party in the back. Yeah, we call it hockey hair.
It's definitely hockey hair. You don't want it falling down in your eyes when you're out there skating around.
Yeah.
Mo has a mullet wig. She just refuses
I
to wear it.
do. I actually found it. No, we finally got my room and my closet made, so I have all my wigs, and I'm doing a category, and I have to. Some of them did not survive storage very well, so.
So let me ask you this, Nick. Did you watch the trial?
I watched most of it, yes.
Okay, so with regard to these journals, what do you think would have been the context added by admitting all of the journals as opposed to just those segments?
The context I would look for is, for instance, Donna for some reason had Dan's license plate number. Did she do that on more than that occasion with other people?
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if this is a pattern of behavior. Does she follow other people? Is this a vengeance-driven person? Does she do this to other people?
Yeah, not by vengeance, but just
other people that are still alive, mind you. We need to qualify that. Well, that's like Jodi Arias saying all my other boyfriends are still alive. But it could add some context to that. Now, presumably these journals, the judge has seen them. Presumably they would have at least been filed in some sort of pretrial thing, maybe even along with this motion. So it's interesting that he said to avoid the that the rule of completeness is there to avoid the potential for creating misleading impressions by taking statements out of context. Presumably he has the context.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if the judge is saying here that he's reviewed the context and doesn't find it to be material.
Well, but it does presuppose that a different observer wouldn't find context in there when the jury is the finder of fact, and he's essentially taking that away from them. Like, I mean, if I'm a juror, I may be flicking through the day planners to see if this is a pattern, to see actually how much of her life did she devote to Dan stalking.
Yeah.
You know, things like that. I'm checking to see if this was something that she focused on.
Or the contrary, that was basically the one thing, or maybe the page 4 pages before this, it is I don't know what car Dan drives when he gets here with the kids. How do I recognize it? Do you have the license number? We don't know now.
And well, and that's what it does seem like. If I were going to be arguing this as a fake attorney, it does seem like the judge is stepping out of his lane with the kind of purview of the law and going into the fact finding kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, he is the goalie, so he can decide what is evidence and not, but it does seem like he's presupposing context would be found as if he were Schrodinger's observer.
The other interesting thing is when you say that, like I have a notepad. I won't call it a journal because it doesn't have dates or anything like that. But there are some random ass things written down on random ass pages in that notebook. If you were going to look through it, there'd be no way you could determine what any pattern to anything was or what it meant.
I have a funny story about that.
But if you're looking at it, if you look at all of the pages where I've written something, it's all just random nonsense, because if I have a thought and the notebook's there, I write it down real quick, and then it usually stays open on my desk until the end of the day, and then I close it and forget that I ever wrote it. And hopefully I got it done or whatever, I needed before the end of the day, because I'm not going back there. So there is some truth to that. If the license plate number is written down, it could have been, like you said, hey, we're picking up the kids or whatever. What's the license plate number? And then she wrote it down somewhere randomly in her journal, or maybe even on that date, and then never thought of it again.
Yeah. Or it's a pattern of behavior that people who come visiting because of HOA rules. Yeah, we need your name and license number to tell the HOA that these people are getting parked for a few hours on the road. I have no idea. And I want to know.
I have in my notes on my phone right now, I just pulled up a random one. Finger Dock D. Last yellow dock, hail on 74. The hell? Like, who's going to look at that? And then here's another one that says 1384 hashtag. I don't know what that is.
So I was writing
Is that a
notes
license plate to somebody? Oh my God, who did I unalive?
So I was writing notes for the, oh gosh, what was her face? The Linda Sturmer case, where she basically set her husband alight, then ran over him getting help. So I had this Post-it full of like body in the front yard. She ran over him. What the hell? And I accidentally, the Post-it note got attached to my son's like homework folder. So I get a call from the teacher. Miss Youngest Most Feral's mom, how is everything going today? And I was like, well, I'm in between a stream about a trial. What do you need? Did he do something? And she's like, so there was a note and I'm a little concerned. And I was like, oh, was it about a dead body in the front yard getting run over?
Looking for that.
I've been looking for that. And she was like, and then I realized that could sound really bad. And I was like, no, I'm actually covering a trial on my stream. I do YouTube, not the other streaming. But that was actually my case notes. And she's like, oh, well, I was just worried because he had a little stick figure and a van running it over too. Because this day could only get better. And I was like, yep.
Oh.
What is it? 51 in across, 2 in drop in center. What am I even writing down?
You were having a stroke.
Was October of last year? I have no idea.
That's where you hid the body.
No, that's how you sink the battleship.
I need to start deleting these things. I'm gonna get pigged.
Bingo.
For something.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah, I have all my note-taking things in the office, so I don't have any good examples to give you. But mostly it is references to other notes, where to place them on the board, depending on which case I'm currently doing.
Nice.
Yeah. I have a whiteboard, sticky notes. Okay,
I
that
mean,
goes over there. That goes over. Yeah.
if you look at like my work notes, those are even worse. These are just
don't
like
don't
personal things.
the, don't say anything because that's privileged information. Hashtag fuck this guy. No.
Yeah. Hashtag, what the hell does this guy expect me to do? I'm a lawyer, not a magician.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read any of these.
Hashtag, not David Copperfield. Either one. The Dickens or the one that disappeared Las Vegas.
Oh, oh. Folks, a reminder, we are $22 towards the next spin on the Wheel of Regrets. And this is this version of the Wheel of Regrets is the last time. Next week, next Friday, it will have the contents of souvenirs. I can.
You want to know an interesting note while Nick is doing his thing?
Hmm?
This is from April 6th of 2019. Treehouse materials. That's when I built this treehouse that I'm currently streaming from.
That is awesome.
So next Friday, this will be.
Oh, that looks horrible.
Mm.
Kill me.
Temple of the Moon.
Temple of the Moon Gym. That's Temple of the Moon is in Utah, right?
Yeah.
Nice. St. Augustine Distillery. Nice.
There's a lot of distillery amongst the people that don't drink.
This is the funniest vodka I've ever bought. It's from Utah, and it's
5 Wives. Nice. 5 Wives vodka. I wonder if I can get that here. Wait, where'd you get that? Did you get that in
in
Florida?
Utah.
Oh, in
Utah.
Utah? Damn it. I just got back from that area. I was going to say, I'm going down to Florida, I think, in October. So I was going to pick it up from there.
You
Peach wine?
know, yeah, it's peach and plum sunju.
I've
Nice.
got 2 of those. I did pick those up at the Wineporium.
And finally, Sugar House bourbon whiskey.
Ooh.
So I got these out of Utah and Miami. And so that will be the next lineup with Warheads.
I love those things. I love sour
Extreme
candy.
Sour, Colossal Sours, and Ooze Shoes. And I also have where is it? Where is it? I had it here somewhere. Well, I also have pickle roulette candy, where the candies are either watermelon, apple, or pickle. So that will be on the Wheel of Regrets. And then
Interesting.
another candy. Oh, what was the name of it? Mo, do you remember? I showed it on
Pickle roulette.
hot tamales.
Hot tamales. Hot tamales. So, I was
Yeah.
trying to think of
Hot
the other
tamales candy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
one.
So
Yeah, like
that
the
will
Mike
be
and Ike's, the
what?
cinnamon ones.
Oh,
Yeah, the cinnamon
yeah,
ones.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
those are good.
Mhm.
I like those.
So that will also be on the next Friday, Wheel of Regrets, which will also be a fundraiser for this case that Megan is covering. Another one of these doctors kidnapping baby cases.
Yeah,
So,
that's there's a what gets a lot less coverage is doctors kidnapping the elderly. I can't tell you how many
Yeah.
times I've dealt with cases where an elderly person is being essentially ordered to stay in a facility, receive treatment because the doctor said so, even when there's independent medical evaluation that they don't need the treatment and they don't need the things. It happens a lot to adults too.
yeah.
At least elderly people, and that needs to kind of stop too. But
And here, June, thank you so much. gifting 20 memberships. That
Cute
took care of the next
peppers.
spin on the wheel. It got to D. Watt, Mads, Lisa Fortesak, and NL Wolf, Lara RPJ, Jen T, D. Robertson, Amber TN, Mama Bug, Kimmy, Duchess of Fluff, Divance Moore, Watchdog, Unbronzed Aussie Laura, Rando, Cousin Friend, Ariana the Vegetarian, Liseka, Sheebs, and Kirsty Jones. Thank you so much, Yoon. Thank you so much.
How far are we away from another spin?
Oh, we are way past that. We were 20
Ooh.
because 20 gifted memberships is $60. We were 22. This third. So yeah, that got us to the next spin on the wheel, and all of a sudden we are $12 again towards the next spin on the wheel.
Nice.
Yeah. So, folks,
Spin that wheel.
Wheel of Regret.
Tequila. Is that the jug from last year?
Yeah, I tried to find a new. Couldn't find it.
You couldn't find tequila in Utah?
Well, not tequila in a jug.
Oh, okay.
Well,
You can just refill it with, generic Swedish tequila.
Jesus.
Tequila's good. I like tequila. I was trying to think of the last time I had alcohol. I had a lot of tequila when I was in California. So that was good.
So,
cheers to you, sir.
Cheers.
Tequila, it makes me happy. Does tequila make you happy, Mo?
I'm not a big giant drinker, but the new line of fun pops are amazing.
Oh, what are they called? I had one like maybe a month ago. It was like pineapple and something, and it didn't taste like alcohol at all, but you felt it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yoon. That is very, very, very generous. Very, very generous. Thank you so much. And yeah, all of a sudden we are 12 from the next spin on the wheel. So
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And here's Dave, member for 14 months, saying, I feel it has been longer. You probably have been a member longer, but sometimes it gets a glitch and you roll it over a couple of days. And then it counts as a new.
Yeah, I guess. It feels like it's been at least 2 years or more.
Yeah. Oh, shall we try to finish this one?
Sure.
Even if the request was timely, it was improper because the purpose of the rule of completeness, quote, is to avoid the potential for creating misleading impressions by taking statements out of context. By its very nature, a calendar day planner is divided into a series of pages corresponding with the days in a year. Thus,
That's not how everybody uses it, though, Judge.
No, especially not the parts. I mean, was that in the index? Was that in the end where you write down, supposedly writing down numbers with names? I mean, where? Yeah, and I haven't used one of these planner for 30 years, but I used every page as a notebook.
Yeah. So when I had one that had dates on it, I never used the dates. I just turned to the next page and wrote my notes.
Yeah. Thus, the court concludes that the entries the state admitted into evidence were not out of context. They were not one part of a whole. There were specific dates in the calendars referencing specific events, and those relevant entries were admitted in their entirety. Interpreting the rule of completeness to allow for every other entry in the calendars, quote, would require the contemporaneous admission of any written or recorded statement that might cast light on an admitted statement. Using the language of Section 90.108.1, fairness does not require turning a trial into a voyage of sea of hearsay. Oh, so they wanted rule of completeness to get Donna's statements in, and then you go into this weird, the rule I don't agree with, that the prosecution can use your words against you, but the rule of completeness does not allow you to use your words for you. Then you have to take the stand.
The biggest problem with the hearsay rule is that it can be used against you. Your statements can be used against you, but you can't use your statements to correct a hearsay statement.
Yeah.
Because it's hearsay. So it's a real problem. That's why attorneys will advise you is you don't say anything to anyone ever about anything. Because no matter what you say, even if a cop gets up on the stand and lies about what you said, you can't then cross-examine him about, well, didn't she really say this? It's like, but you can't do that. That's hearsay because you're the party trying to admit it.
Yeah, unless there's a recording of it.
Right. But it also goes to other statements that were made in writing and so forth. And so that's the biggest problem with the hearsay rule that I don't like. The only way to get around that is to testify. And then you're opening yourself up for all kinds of nastiness.
Yeah. Accordingly, the defendant's invocation of the rule of completeness was properly denied. Moreover, the court permitted defendant to use the entire set of calendar entries as a demonstrative exhibit during her closing argument, and defendant argued the state did not want the jury to see them. In addition, the 2023 calendar entries defendant sought to admit would not rebut arguments that she was fleeing to avoid prosecution when compared to the vast amount of contrary evidence that existed beyond the planner, such as inter alia, defendant's text messages, WhatsApp messages, Google searches for non-extradition countries, recorded conversations, emergency fast-track visa, and a one-way ticket to Vietnam.
And all the bad stuff.
Yeah.
All the bad stuff.
All the bad stuff. Yeah. Not the brightest moment in her, in Donna's life.
That was okay. Give me the timeline between when she was picked up at the airport and when her son was convicted.
Son was convicted, son was sentenced, and I believe 2 weeks later, they got
2 weeks.
2 weeks. They got the emergency visa through. They bought the ticket, and about a few days, up to a week later, they caught her at. She was on her way to. She was
at the airport. They expedited this arrest warrant. They got word through the State Department that she applied for this visa, and they expedited that arrest warrant.
And they still didn't do anything until she actually tried to board the plane. But I mean, I am quite confident that they might have tried her case anyway, but that thing, that sealed the deal, because it forced their hand. It forced the state's hand as well.
Yeah, and I do wonder if had she just laid low and not advertised it, would she have gotten away with this? If she had not, expedited, hadn't put a rush visa in,
Did Harvey end up going to Vietnam?
Nope.
No. Tickets wasted. All that money.
I
mean, still go and enjoy your vacation.
Yeah, fair point. I mean, it might be the only quiet time you have in your life. You've been married to Donna for 50 years? Dude, go live. Run while you can.
And why buy a one-way ticket? I mean, had they bought a return ticket, they could have at least argued, no, we were just going on vacation because of all of this. But no, a one-way ticket to a non-extradition. And in one of the pre-trial hearings, when she still had Charlie's attorneys, they tried to argue that they would turn themselves in if arrest warrant, but they wanted to do it on their terms.
Wait, did she say on a phone call? Oline Red is saying that she called Charlie on a prison phone and said that they were leaving the country.
Yep.
She is the dumbest human to ever dumb.
You don't
Yeah.
say anything to anyone about anything ever, and then buy a two-way ticket.
Now,
Yeah.
and the call starts with, "We are recording this."
Yeah, it's not like they're subtle or they're super spies and they don't tell you. No, it's recorded and then they remind you throughout the call. Like, this is, you've got 15 minutes left and remember, this is recorded. Don't felonize on this.
Oh my God.
Although we saw how bad she was at the shakedown, like, what money? I don't know. I laundered money yesterday for someone.
And I don't know if you know this, but Donna Adelson physically put cash in the laundry machine.
It was wet and stapled together.
Yeah, they were when the hitman got their cash. Well, first when Katie got the cash, she thought it was very weird that the cash was wet, and that was because Donna physically laundered the money.
What? Seriously?
I guess to get rid of DNA and stuff like that. But
Look, she obviously hadn't finished reading that one Dick Tracy novel she has.
No. It wasn't to get rid of DNA or anything like that. It was because she thought that's how you launder money.
yeah. And I mean, Charlie's entire I'm a traveling dentist thing, where he went to people to perform dentistry, and if people paid in cash, they got the coupon or something. I don't know, a rebate. I mean, serious? No, that was them not wanting to pay taxes. He had a safe with $250,000 in cash. The funny thing, when they talked to one of the hitmen who testified in court, had you done this if you knew Charlie had $250,000 in cash? No, we would have robbed him.
Yeah.
It was so funny. Oh,
So
June again. Thank you, June. Saying, I was wondering if it would have been different if she would have brought a round-trip ticket, that it would have had to case in line of the alibi that she was coming back. Yeah!
it wasn't an alibi issue. It was a consciousness of guilt issue, and it was also a bond issue. Although the bond probably still wouldn't have been imposed, or it would have been
No, she wasn't arrested yet, so bond had nothing to do with Donna's arrest. She wasn't arrested or anything. She wasn't even charged.
Wait, who?
Donna, when they went to bought the one-way ticket to Vietnam.
Yeah, no, but the round trip ticket.
Yeah.
If she had bought a round trip ticket, that probably would have helped with the whole consciousness of guilt.
Yeah.
Like she wasn't trying to run; it was a round trip ticket, and people visit Vietnam all the time for vacation. So
yeah,
we just went through this traumatic trial with my son, and we needed to get away for a little bit. We just didn't want to talk to anybody. That's the best place to do it. I would probably argue that.
I mean, the irony of them going voluntarily to the Hanoi hotel to escape detention is hilarious to me.
And here's the thing, folks. Even if a country does not have extradition agreement, they still extradite to the United States. It might take a while, and that while will be you in a Vietnam prison.
You know, a lot of countries, I don't know anything about Vietnam's extradition laws, but a lot of countries and even states amongst each other don't like to extradite when the punishment could be worse than what they have.
Yeah,
And
a lot of won't do death penalty
right, and since
extradition.
Florida's a death penalty case, there would have had to have been some workout with that. Although I
Yeah.
don't know, Vietnam could have the death penalty too. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Sweden does not extradite to the United States without guarantees of death penalty being off the table.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
say that seems to be sort of the running
But then again,
issue.
our Swedish prosecutors are sometimes a bit moronic. They have tried to stop extradition in murder cases to states that does not have the death penalty, and they are still referencing the death penalty because a lot of people, apparently, even prosecutors here in Sweden, does not know that there's a difference between states.
Well, but I mean, I don't know the differences between Swedish law and Denmarkian law, so
Theirs are fatter and more pastries, and
so I don't begrudge people that don't realize that that capital punishment isn't ubiquitous and would also be contingent upon whether it's a state case or a federal case, and if you're facing both.
yeah.
Yeah, the only way you're getting death penalty in Michigan is if you're convicted in the federal courts.
Yeah, and also United States, if you have a Swedish person serving a prison sentence in the United States, because there was a case about 25, maybe 30 years ago, Annika, who was she was a lifer. Well, because she was in a series of robberies and then her boyfriend killed a bunch of people, and well, of course she was in the car and she helped and everything, so she got life as well. And it took Sweden about 10 years to get her extradited to Sweden. Then she made this absolute sob story. Oh, it was her boyfriend all the time. He forced me. So she was let out after 5 years. Since then, Sweden has had a bit of a rough time getting our people back here. And as it turns out, this absolute vile human being in these crimes, especially in one of the murders her boyfriend committed, she was the person steering him on. But we never found out that in the daytime shows. No, she was a victim. She was a victim. No, she was probably the instigator, because without her, the boyfriend might not have killed anybody.
Well, yeah, and I think that's what you're going to be looking at with the Wendy Adelson thing. Again, can you charge someone with being the instigator of a conspiracy? I mean, how many levels
They did
of
with
removed
Manson.
Yeah, Manson
do you
case.
have to get? But I think that that is going to be questionable. I think you do have juries that are getting smarter and more savvy and want to see forensic, digital, some kind of proof. Now, you might be able to get it on emotion, but I don't want my courts run on emotion. I want them, on evidence. If they've got enough to nail Wendy to the wall, then let's go. If they don't have that yet, then let her, keep building the case until you have enough.
Yeah, there's no statute of limitations on criminal unaliving.
Oh, the case is Annika Östberg. She was convicted in 1981 to 25 to life for participating in 2 murders in California. One of the victims was a cop. But the boyfriend self-ended before he could stand trial. So they brought judgment upon her. And then she was extradited to Sweden. And then
Now, Sweden doesn't, I know, because a lot of European courts, I've realized that they don't have double jeopardy.
No, we do not use double jeopardy here. So if the
So
state
could she be
feels that
charged again since they now know new evidence? And I mean, it's 20 years ago, so I'm sure the statute of limitations, but now that it's been revealed that she was in fact the catalyst or more instrumental in this than,
no,
Ho
because
Jason.
The crime were committed in the United States, when we can't charge. Yeah, we only do that
the
for
US,
we only do that for war crimes.
the federal government, the United States federal government, actually passed a law that says if you commit an act in a foreign country that would be illegal in the United States, then we can still prosecute you in the U.S. So if you go, they passed it. They passed it because of, let's say, older men that would like to go to Asian countries and do things with younger people. And they said, we can still prosecute you because it's a crime in our country. And so for that reason, in the U.S., any crime in theory that you commit or anything, even if it's legal in the other country, if it's a crime here, they could prosecute you when you return.
Not
Just a
putting
fun
my
little fact about the federal government,
cruise-
people.
Not putting my Jamaican cruise pictures on anything.
Let's see here. For other cause, the court does not find arguments presented in this claim warrant a new trial, specifically addressing defendant's decision not to testify. The court relies on the trial record of the defendant had closed her case, but prior to commencing of closing argument, the parties were asked to approach at sidebar. The court explained it had performed additional research and wanted to confirm that the defendant did not want to testify. The court added, the reason why I'm bringing these issues to the parties' attention is only because I believe the appellate cases of this state makes clear, prior to instructions and closing, the exercise of the fundamental right leans towards allowing the defendant to reopen her case if she wanted to testify. Upon the court's inquiry, counsel responded, we talked to her for a somewhat lengthy period of time last night over the phone while we were preparing. She informed Ms. Fulford and my paralegal that she felt secure in her decision.
I think she should have testified.
Yeah. For pure monetary decisions. It would have been a clusterfuck.
Well, not only that, I think Steve Gosney's right that the default is now that the defendant testifies, and the exception is that you don't. The general rule used to be that you don't put your lying guilty client on the stand. But jurors anymore want to hear from you.
Yeah.
Well,
I know Andrea Burkhardt says that she has her clients testify all the time.
I do too, except in certain circumstances. But it's the general rule is that they testify.
Well, yeah, and you kind of need that. I mean, take the Timms case. The defense lawyers were going in there realizing that the state was going to essentially accuse these two parents of grievously injuring their infant child. So the defense attorneys in that case had to very quickly establish that their clients were innocent, humanize this situation, humanize and make DCYF and an over-regulatory and intrusive government the monster. You know, my clients can't be the monster. The monster is the system that abused my client's rights. And that's a big thing and a lot to ask of any attorney, especially with something as heated as and emotional as, you know, a baby being hurt.
Yeah.
But they did an excellent job. And I kind of brought that up a couple times when I was watching the case, because they do follow the principle that you lay out. Something else has to be the monster.
Yeah.
You know, what is the monster? It's not my client. You know, maybe it's addiction. Maybe it's alcoholism.
Whatever. Yeah, the jury needs a bad guy.
Yeah.
And it can't be your client. And the only way to get sympathy for your client, unless the facts are clearly sympathetic, like Karen Reed should not have testified. It was good that she didn't.
Yeah.
But if because she, I don't think would have come across as sympathetic, as jaded
She would
as
have
she
come
was at that point. There's no way.
She would have come off worse than Jennifer Crumbly, who is possibly the worst defendant to testify, especially with the questions, because I think up to that point, the lawyer had done a good job of humanizing her. But
Would
when
you have
she
done anything different? Was a good question. The problem is that the defendant testified to the wrong answer.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh,
Absolutely.
so
If I
bad.
had known, I would have done something different. The problem is I didn't know. That's the correct answer.
Yeah.
Not no,
Yeah.
I wouldn't do anything different.
Ugh.
Well, that and she painted herself as a bit of a victim, which you could totally see her feeling, but you should not express in front of parents that have lost their children. Like, read a freaking room, Jennifer Crumbly, please, for the love of God.
Hmm.
Yeah, she
Mhm.
she just that was all kinds of bad. But she
Yeah.
did need to testify. I agree that she needed to testify. She just did it very poorly.
She
Mm.
needed to be prepped better, and the defense attorney should know by now what she's like. And she did try to humanize her because at first she was doing pretty good. Like, are you really nervous up here? You know, is this difficult for you to testify about this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That. Yeah. Now that entire case is for me. If you are going to start prosecuting parents for what your soon-to-be adult kids, especially since you are trying the kid as an adult,
So
I
you
mean,
don't even get me going down the road of the Crumblies.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. It's the closest correlation and the worst
Mm.
defendant testimony that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh,
Yeah, it was bad.
let's see. Oh, this was a case. Hold on. It's one of these very short cases I covered before I left. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry. Let's see. Oh, what was it? I mean, when he took the stand and started explaining how everybody was out to get him, there was a $50,000 bounty on his head.
Oh, the one lawyer who killed his mother or said
No,
people killed his mother while
not
eating
that one.
spaghetti?
No,
Oh,
not that one. No. Well, where did that go? It was just like a proper murder case with good facts out of Georgia. Out of even no, it wasn't even it was out of Fulton County, but with a
oh,
different
good
judge.
Lord.
Yeah,
There
but
were facts
with
in a
good
case out of
facts.
Fulton County?
Yeah, with good facts. So they couldn't. They really could not. Uh, let's see here. Jesus, where did it go? And it was like a 3-day trial because the facts spoke for itself. Where is it?
Well, and I think some people, especially if you're new to trials, they don't get that as a defense attorney, you're maybe not there to, again, you're there sometimes just to hold their state to their duty to the, the standard of proof that they have to set in order for this to be kosher. Sometimes the facts are bad, but the state can still slip up. The state can be overzealous. The state can try to shove more in. And
Try to
that's what you're
trample
there
the
for.
defendant's rights,
Yeah.
and we
So,
can't allow any of that.
no.
Do it properly, or you lose. Should be the rule when you have those cases.
I don't remember the guy's name, but they were working together. Well, on different departments on a chicken factory in Atlanta, and they met at the bus stop. They went and he talked to him, and then all of a sudden he just stood up and shot him with two gunshots. And that guy took the stand in his own defense, and oh god, it was so stupid. All right, let's try to finish this one. The defendant was then placed under oath and asked if he was absolutely firm about this decision not to testify. Defendant twice responded, "Yes, I am," but asked for a few minutes to talk to counsel. The court then granted an additional 30 minutes to further discuss her decision. After that time had elapsed, defendants once again stated, "I have made a decision. I'm not going to testify." When asked she was firm on the decision, defendant answered, "I am." The court concluded, I will make no further inquiry unless the state and the defense seeks for the court to do so at this point. Now, I watched this happen in real time, and she was really struggling, Donna Adelson. So this transcript really doesn't make it justice how much she struggled with that answer. And I believe her actual answer was, as of now, I don't.
So I feel like she really wanted to testify,
Yeah.
but there was something out there that wasn't able to be admitted.
Yeah.
That could have been and would have been if she testified.
Yeah.
And
I think there's a lot more of these really, really damning things.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because if a client of mine really wants to testify, but I'm telling them, listen, you can't. I mean, you can, right? I'm not telling you can't, but if you do, very bad things are going to happen. And they still really want to, though. It's hard for them to say, no, I'm not going to testify. So I think there's something out there that we weren't privy to.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I want to know what it is.
Can we get a copy of the police file?
Neither party did. Accordingly, the defendant was provided sufficient time to and did make a knowing, voluntary, and an intelligent decision not to testify. In denying defendant's other allegations, the court relies on the complete trial record of the proceedings. Yes, it is therefore ordered and adjudged. Everything is denied.
I wonder if the judge actually looked at the complete trial record or was just going off of his memory. I had just received an opinion this week that on a case where it's arbitration, right? It's a private judge. It's a retired judge that's doing arbitration and says, all right, I've listened to all the arguments and this is what I'm awarding. And all the attorneys, there's 4 of us. All of us are like, Judge, that's not at all what happened. We didn't talk about any of this stuff. I don't know where your memory is, but you dreamt it or something. That can happen with judges, right? They can imagine things that never happened. And I doubt this judge went through the transcripts.
Yeah, but this judge, throughout the trial, was complete control of the courtroom. No BS. Complete control. And you could understand why. That guy was 6 feet in every direction. I mean, that's and he started every proceeding day by going up to the bar to speak to the spectators. Here are the rules.
I like that. I like a judge who has firm boundaries. That was the hardest part about watching the Daryl Brooks case. If I had to watch this woman, in Sisyphean glory and illegitimacy and a waste of time, continue to hold her or count to 4 as Daryl Brooks is holding her breath one more time. We still, as Americans, I feel we could bring a class action lawsuit against Wisconsin. We all deserve to see that man shackle shocked, like just for posterity.
I'm trying to get into the chat again.
What's going on here? His channel is Kriegler Show.
He's been talking about this channel, Adam, that he thinks you guys should hook up with. And
because he's in Sweden.
Yeah.
Not that it's a huge country.
I have him.
He's really cool. He used to be on Timcast before Tim invited Ian on.
Let me put this up and see if I can share my screen. Is this the guy?
Yeah, that's him.
Okay. So I just pulled him up. I'll check him out, and then Nick, I'll send you the link in private chat.
Because I would be in that chat fangirling. He is awesome, pretty based, and I think he'd like the Lego streams. What? Yes, you, Dolly. We were talking about you.
Yeah, definitely, Salvador. No, I don't go on Salvador's streams. I just make him say really inappropriate things in super chat form. Seems about
You're like his
right.
Lesko.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, no, you have to say everything that I super chat you. And he didn't want to last night until I called his mommy on him.
What, the Krieler show? He's live right now.
Yeah, he's live right now, I think. Yeah.
Wow, he has 174,000 subscribers, and his live show has 44 people watching.
How long has he been streaming? He's only been streaming. Oh, he's been streaming for a couple of minutes. He might have like people that follow him because they like certain topics, and then when he
This
talks
is
about
90s music.
yeah, he's talking about 90s music. I'm not gonna watch that episode, but I'm gonna go check out some of his other stuff. It looks like he
No,
doesn't do lives very much either.
Yeah, and I do think he has a young child now, a fairly new, recent young child, like within the last year or 2 years. So,
He was friends with Rackets. Yeah. I'll check
Yeah, I
out
wrote
his
to him
stuff.
in his chat saying, "Hey, all my viewers say we should collaborate."
There you go.
So, yeah. So
wow,
let's see if he answers.
you are much more good at this peopling thing than I am. I'm hiring you as my assistant if you're willing to work for name brand Hot Pockets.
Let's see here.
I'm putting in "Don't trust any Swedes."
So Donna's been denied, and she has to stay in God's asshole Tallahassee for another year.
Well, we knew that was going to get denied. We know her appeal is going to get denied, and she's going to spend the last of her 2.5 years on this planet in prison.
Okay, legal question. If Charlie was to fall on the sword now and say, hey guys, I know it's a little late, but my mom had nothing to do with this, would that have any effect?
Why
Since there
wouldn't
was
he have
already-
been called to testify in her
Yeah,
case?
but if he does it now after everything, I don't think anybody. I don't
Well,
think that
I
would
didn't
affect
think
anything, unless he
no.
actually has something to back that
It'd
that
have to
up
be
with.
newly discovered evidence or something.
Yeah,
like
newly discovered that he tells somebody that I really thought she was going to get acquitted, but now when she had nothing. I coerced her into writing those checks and can actually prove it. Then that would be newly discovered evidence.
I wrote the checks. That's my signature on there instead of hers.
Yeah,
but again, how is that newly discovered? Because presumably
Yeah.
you would have had an opportunity to talk to him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Hail Mary, but I foresee that being the next legal gambit that she's going to try to throw out. Like, no,
I mean, she could try. It's not going to be successful.
well,
She-
no, I didn't say she's going to be
Okay.
about as successful as her or her Vietnamese, safari was.
How would we love an affidavit from him saying it was all me? 'Cause
I
he's
laundered
not-
the money.
He's not going to do it because he has appeals pending still.
Yeah, he has
Yeah.
appeals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why he didn't testify. Because he'd be like, I plead the fifth. I'm not testifying.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I just don't see the family loyalty not fraying. And I do wonder if either more is going to come out or if people that are now waiting in jail are going to get pissed off at Wendy and start talking.
Ah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I have to jump, though. I got to go meet my wife and son for dinner. So I'm going to go do that.
Ooh, I was
And,
just having some of the potato soup Mr. Mo made.
Nice, nice. I'm having tacos. It's Taco Friday tonight.
Mm.
Ooh.
How's the kid's bike doing?
It's sold. We sold that.
Ooh.
Got rid of that.
Kawasaki or crotch rocket or Harley or dirt bike?
It was a crotch rocket. It was a crotch rocket that he shouldn't have bought, that he was told not to buy, that he bought and hid, and that he was driving around without a license. And then laid it down. And then we're like, okay, so now you went to the doctors. Now you know why I told you not to. And Yeah, so but he's doing fine.
Well, that's
He's
good.
doing
I'm
good
glad
now.
he's
Yeah, Taco
okay.
Freddy.
Yeah, there's 2 strikes against you. You didn't have tacos on Tuesday, and now you're having tacos on Friday.
Exactly. Yeah,
Oh,
that was a month ago, Dolly, but it's been a month since I talked to Nick. So we're catching
yeah,
up on old times.
yeah. And now Dave did try to get me to Orlando while I was in the middle of
Not
nowhere,
Orlando, not
Utah,
Orlando, Anaheim. I tried to get you
Anaheim,
to Anaheim.
whatever.
I tried to get you and Dolly to Anaheim, and both of you guys turned me down. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm in
You
the
guys are
middle
both
of
like in the next state over.
I'm in the
My
middle
wife
of
called you very Swedish, by the way.
yeah.
For that.
But I made my plans and everything, and then all of a sudden disruption. And about yeah, but no.
I would have covered your plane flights. Would have been great. But you guys are like, no, I'm not changing my plans. Apparently, that's
You
a
never-
very Swedish thing to do.
You never said you would cover my airfare.
Well, first you said you didn't want to, so I was like, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm.
That would have been fun, though. The three of us in Disneyland. That would have been cool.
Oh my God, I could just see Dolly inwardly cringing as you make every single like cartoon character come over and give him a hug.
Definitely. Also,
And
I
tell
would
them
try to
it's
get
their
him a
birthday.
date with
Mm.
Minnie Mouse and Daisy Duck. You know,
Mm. My
Hey,
favorite
they don't wear
character
pants.
is Goofy.
Goofy would have been
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
A picture with Salvador,
Oh,
Nick,
gosh.
and Goofy. I know
only say
Orlando,
that
but
because that
at-
would be my terror, and I know Sal and I are so alike in inside catness that that would be something that would horrify me. I have in fact written into our marriage contract that if Mr. Mo ever voluntarily and knowingly announces that it's my birthday at a restaurant, be it my birthday or not, that is a divorceable offense, and I get a free pass. Not a jury in the world of introverts would convict me.
Mm.
All right, well, I'm
Oh.
gonna jump off. My son's
Oh.
texting me now.
Okay.
But it was good chit chatting with you, Mo and Nick. It's been fun. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
I haven't been on YouTube. I haven't even been a guest on anything in months, though. So this is good.
I
Yeah.
am just in awe of all your Legos. I have
there's
Legos in
more.
boxes because
There's-
I still don't have like a space yet.
I'm starting to give them away to people. I have so many Lego.
I like the
I-
Deadpool.
Yeah, this is cool. This is actually 3D printed, but it's modeled after the Lego figure.
That is the awesomest thing I've ever seen. That is
Yeah,
so
and
cool.
like all the swords come out. It's very cool. That's my Deadpool Lego minifigure. All right, guys. I'm not going to end the stream. I'm going to try not to. I'm just going to to exit it.
Yeah, just
Okay.
exit it. Don't try to. Yeah. Last time he canceled my stream.
Yeah. All right, guys. Have a
Yeah.
good night.
Have a good night.
Well, we
And
got
we're still live. Oh, all right. So that was that with
Donna.
Donna. Now, apparently, also, Donna can't stop talking. She is making calls from the public prison phone about her case and how disappointed she is on everybody involved. She is the victim in all of this, and yada, 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 in front of everybody. Which means it doesn't matter if she's talking to her lawyer. It's
No.
out there.
Yeah, I
Oh.
mean, inmates are under no obligation with, work or client privilege. They can run their
No.
mouths to anyone.
Definitely, definitely. Yeah.
She didn't
so
even
now
watch one crime show, did she, before she decided to be a criminal mastermind?
I have no. I mean, the entitlement of that woman throughout everything, and I still don't think she sees these as a loss because Dan Markel is still dead. Wendy has the kids. They are brought up within the Adelsons under the Adelson name.
Yeah, I still don't see again when or Donna is now going to be in a place where her whims are not catered to. And that
Mm,
kind of narcissistic personality does
mm,
not do self-sacrifice for others well.
no. And I mean, pre-trial, when she went in and complained about
The
the bed,
carbs.
the bed and the food and the bed and everything. Yeah, she didn't make many friends. I'm
No,
not surprised that prisoners went up to her and started talking to her because they knew, oh, she's going to talk to me. I'm going to testify. I'm going to get a lighter sentence. I mean,
yeah.
uh, so next is Aiden Carney.
Okay, so I am not very up to date. I know that Aiden has been it was witness tampering, I believe,
Mm,
and
yeah,
harassment.
witness intimidation, harassment, and yeah. If he got the max on everything, he's looking at 108 years.
And I did see tangentially that the prosecutor recused himself.
Yeah.
So are they hiring Hank Brennan again? Because I do need to get more use out of that puppet that I made.
Well, we don't know, but we can always listen to what happened, and I will try to fill in the blanks here.
Sounds good.
See
We
here.
can bring up, so do we want to pick, like a motion filing date, and then if you talk to your client, we can bring it forward?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Discuss, I believe, the 27th of October,
Um,
Monday.
just saying, you're gonna be in the second session, so, that works.
Oh, no, this is from a prior hearing, I think.
So that's Mr. Williams, the matter is continued.
I am borrowing from the Young Yerks.
Okay. I know they're fairly up to date with all of the Karen Reed stuff because I was just glad when Karen Reed was over.
Yeah. Well, now you have the civil case.
Yeah, and I did wonder because she was found guilty of the driving while intoxicated,
Yeah.
but nothing else, if that will bolster the O'Keefe case or not.
It's hard to say because civil cases are so different from criminal cases. In the civil case, they're more or less starting over. And it's not beyond reasonable doubt. It is 51-49. Who do you believe more?
Yeah.
The one example that everybody knows about is the O.J. Simpson. He was acquitted in criminal, but in civil, he was deemed responsible for the murders. So he had to pay a lot of money, which I don't know if he ever did. So this, the Karen Reed case now is all about the cash. And the O'Keefes are suing for emotional distress, wrongful death, and everything in the kitchen sink. So that will be interesting to watch going forward. Now, they did have a hearing about this when Karen Reed's defense said, we are going to bring in this lot of people, which is the McAlberts and Buchanan and Proctor and the police department for they are going to try to consolidate them suing everybody, in this case where the O'Keefe is suing them.
Yeah, I mean,
but then again, it has to be approved by the judge. to consolidate the cases if he says that the facts of the case is the same, so we might as well do it in one trial. Now they're doing it a bit out of order in that case. Usually they start as two different cases. Karen Reed is suing them, O'Keefe is suing her, then one of the parties says, I want to consolidate the cases, but Karen Reed has still not sued them. They are just preparing the judge for, we are preparing you for, we are going to bring these guys in under this case in a lawsuit against them. So Brother Counsel did an excellent video about this a couple of days ago.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check his out, because I will say that between the Karen Reese case and then trying to understand the Hales case, I am all at sea and akimbo. It's just, I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah. And Deanne! Hi, Deanne. Good to see you. Just stopping by to say hi and get you to the next spin. You got me to the next spin. And a bit past. And here's Dave again. Salvador would look like more of a man if he shaved the mustache. That's not nice of you.
Well, so would I.
But that actually brings us to the next spin on the Wheel of Regrets. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. No, I don't want that. Let's spin again. Hey, that's a better one.
Gin.
Through the element of surprise. And it's Japanese gin.
Ooh.
Roku gin. Thank you so much. Oh, hold on. Dun, 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 dun. There. Cheers. It's a very good gin. At 43% alcohol. Oh, thank you. So that was, we were 2 from 3/3. Okay. That brings us to, we are now 37 to the next spin on the Wheel of Regrets. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. I said, hi, exactly the way I wanted to love like a Viking. Yeah. Hi, can we park here? Oh, well, every once in a while I play that between Jeff and me, because I get new audience and people redraw a new audience, and why is everybody laughing at Vikings saying hi?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so I should actually play that. Do I have it here? Yeah, I do. Yeah. Folks, this is a 5-minute video. Jeff, may you rest in peace, passed away this past winter. And I've been on his show. He's been on my show so many times. This was before I was monetized. This was way back at St. Patrick's Day, 2023? No. Jesus Christ, has it been that long? Well, enjoy and understand why everybody's laughing at Viking saying hi.
That's what we've got on tap tonight over here. Because it is St. Patrick's Day, we've got a bottle of Bushmills. This was full about an hour ago, so that tells you what's going to happen tonight. And we haven't popped the seal on the Redbreast 12-year yet. We'll have to find a reason for doing that. All right, that takes care of the obligatory. Like I said, I'm 25% Irish. My father's family is Irish Scottish. Scottish English. My mother is her mother is Lithuanian and her father is Irish. So I'm 25% Irish, but today is St. Patrick's Day, so I'm 100% Irish. And there we go. So we've got everything. We are full Irish tonight, and we're also pickled herring Swedish.
I managed to find the only thing green in my closet, and it's not the Hulk. It is simply what I wear when I'm driving the combined harvester. And yeah.
Why do you drive the combine harvester in like April? March?
Well, I use it when I do it. I'm not doing it now. This is the only green I have, and the only connection I have with the Irish is probably my ancestors went over there to say hi.
Rape and pillage. To say hi.
Yeah, but
the Vikings went over to Ireland to say hi.
Hi! Get down! No.
The Vikings went to Ireland to say hi. Hello.
That's a fancy religion you have there.
You're correct.
Let's destroy it.
And we're not doing a recap today because literally nothing happened yesterday, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing happened yesterday. It was a very normal day in court. The Vikings went to Ireland just to say hi. Hello. Hello, Irish people. That is the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. The Vikings went to Ireland just to say hi.
I knew I couldn't say all the other words, and my mind blanked totally. Hi.
I'm trying to like flag some of these chats, and I can't because I'm laughing too hard. My hand won't stop shaking. Hello, Irish people. Hello. Hello.
Can we park here?
Oh, Christ.
Oh,
God, my rib. I'm doing an ab workout already. Oh, Christ. Oh, God. Hey, KB, I don't get this joke. Essentially, like right around 1000 AD, the Vikings just went and literally graped and pillaged everyone in England and Ireland. That's kind of the story. The end. In actuality, they just raped and pillaged the entire country, and we're just joking about them just stopping in to say hi. Oh my jeebus.
I saw the chat here. Hey, I'm Irish and DNA shows I'm Norwegian. Yeah, I wonder why.
I said like 3/4 of my ancestor are Irish, Scottish, and Irish, Scottish, and English, but my last name ends in son, so that tells you I'm Scandinavian by DNA.
Please Please tell me there was someone in the comments that said too soon. It would explain my complexion.
Oh,
Because I swear to God, my mom spent money on 23andMe, which irritated the hell out of me because I'm like, you gave a corporation and the government access to DNA. Now I'm screwed with all the crimes they haven't found me about yet.
yeah. Oh,
But she got it because she was trying to claim we had Native American because like every American family, my great grandma was a Cherokee princess and I was like, of Scandinavia? Have you looked at me? I can't even go with a 60-watt bulb, okay, ma'am? Like, I get sunburned opening my refrigerator, all right?
yeah.
Yes. I paint
Yeah.
with all the colors of beige, all right?
Oh,
And she's like, would you believe we just don't have a lot of Cherokee in us? And I was like, I have been telling you this for years, woman. The amount of, 100 SPF sunblock that you had to use over the years should have tipped you off.
oh. I mean, we have this over here. Oh, my ancestors were, especially after the Vikings show. Oh, I'm a descendant of Ragnar. No, you're not. I'm very, very few people can get their in Sweden can get their ancestry way back in time unless they are from nobles.
Yeah.
This guy has traced his family back to the 12th century, which is still not back to when it actually happened. For Ragnar Lothbrok, that was 12th century, 1200s, 12th century. That's quite close. Yeah, Ragnar was 400 years earlier, end of the 700s.
Y'all really should
Seriously.
have written yourself a First Testament because we know who begat who begat who. Now we can't pronounce all the names unless Morgan Freeman is reading it to us.
Yeah.
But we have that whole begat thing.
Oh, yeah. So that was me and Jeff back in the day. Oh, he got me monetized. I mean, he just
I
poured
remember.
people over. I mean, his
And
success was not only by his channel and
Yeah.
his work and his family. He helped everyone.
Yeah, he was really sweet to me when I went on.
Yeah.
And I, stopped myself from fangirling, like, oh my God, I'm on with, like, I was doing it internally. So,
Yeah. Yeah, so I got monetized after 15 weeks because Jeff kept having me on and told people to get over there. Yeah. And we had so much fun. I was going there next year. But the asshole decided, yeah.
yeah.
But Jeff, you only got 5 bottles out of the United States. I got 8.
He's probably bitching in heaven about that.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
like,
yeah. He's
you
bitching.
dirty, rotten MFer. And then he's like, did you roll hoodies around? He's like, I could have done better. I need to play in this.
Oh.
Well,
I
I
miss
do
him.
actually
Yeah.
have to get going to set up for my stream with Shizzy. So
Yeah.
it was super fun to hang out with you, and thanks for letting us remember Jeff and the whole
Yeah.
hello, because that's hilarious.
Yeah, now everybody's reminded over with the I'm never going to allow you to forget Jeff.
No,
That's
and I do hope that for everyone who's struggling with his loss, hopefully these memories will someday be a gentle hug,
yeah.
a remembrance of a friend that isn't tinged with as much sadness.
Yeah. Oh,
On that note, that's my only Oprah note for the night.
yep.
See you guys later.
See ya. Oh. All right, let's see if we can get through this
Continue to October 27th at 2 p.m. for filing and motion. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Hey.
Call, what's it, Johnson and Johnson?
Okay, are they all here?
I don't know, what else do we have?
Are they ready on?
Now, let's see if we can move some of this other. Do you have anything that they're ready on before we launch into something? Okay,
Okay, where,
away we go.
numbers 4, 5, and 15, Commonwealth versus Aiden Carney, 23 CR 313, 24 CR 43, and 25 CR 88. If the parties could please come forward and identify yourself for the
Mr.
record.
Starow, Mr. Cosgrove, Mr. Connie, how are you? All right, we have Robert Cosgrove representing the prosecution, at least for the moment. We have Jim Bradle, who's here, Mr. Betterow from New York, and we have Mr. Connie. Before us on the, one of the cases, I know you moved to withdraw, Mr. Cosgrove. Which one is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the very last thing.
Yeah, you moved to withdraw on 240043?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor. All right.
No objection, Your Honor. He wasn't even asking. He just wanted that in. Yeah. What's happening here in the Aiden Carney case is that Krusty is suing everyone. Everyone. Because now apparently everybody is conspiring against her. Isn't that interesting? Making it more or less, it's making it unless they find a prosecutor outside of the county that wants to touch this case might be over. Personally, I want more discovery. But folks, this is extremely expensive for Aiden, this case. He has fundraised a lot of money to defend himself. And yeah, it really helps. But he has lawyer costs that way exceed what we managed to fundraise for him. But oh, sorry, not Krusty, Lindsay Gaetani. Lindsay Cantani is suing everyone. That's the one. I'm having a difficulty between them because for me it's more or less the same person. Now I do know that Lindsay is desperately trying to differentiate herself from Krusty, but for me it's basically the same person. So that is why, they were excusing themselves.
So on 240043, based on representations, Mr. Cosgrove is allowed to withdraw. Now, Mr. Cosgrove, have you had any communication with the Norfolk DA's office on who's going to take that case over?
I have, Your Honor. My present understanding is that no decisions have been made.
There was another motion to withdraw I saw from another name I was unfamiliar with. Was that Mr. Mello's partner?
Novak, Your Honor.
Mr. Novak, who I haven't seen during any time that I've been involved in the case.
Mr. Novak, Your Honor, is a gentleman who I believe filled in, I'm not sure I have this right, but this is my recollection, filled in for Mr. Mello on one day when he was ill, I think before the grand jury, and entered an appearance for that reason. He's had no further involvement with the case, and I think it was just a matter of cleaning up the docket.
Helping out Mr. Mello. So I obviously, pursuant to the motion to disqualify Mr. Mello that I allowed, I'll let Mr. Novak out of the case. So, Mr. Cosgrove, I trust that you'll have communication with the Norfolk DA's office about a new prosecutor coming in on 240043. That's the domestic allegation.
They are aware of it, Your Honor. I think as I'm about to leave the case, ceases to be my problem, if I can be so blunt. But
You can be so what?
someone, I'm sure, will be in touch with the court.
All right, I'd call upon the Norfolk DA's office to see if they can have somebody appointed on that case.
Yes,
And do it forthwith. I'll make an order to that effect.
all right. I understand, Your Honor. I will just say that since, as you are probably aware, the reason for my withdrawal is that the alleged victim in the case is attempting to implead me.
See the difference in how he is addressing Lindsay? Throughout all the proceedings, he has always called Lindsay the victim. Now, when her actions is throwing us out, all of a sudden she is alleged victim. Telling me, and should tell all of you, he never believed Lindsay was a victim.
In a civil suit between her and Mr. Kearney in the Worcester Superior Court. The situation does not seem to me personally, and I'm not speaking for the office, conducive to enticing the special prosecutor to assume my position. So I will have to see what develops.
Okay.
Imagine if Morrissey... Here's the thing. Lindsay is suing Morrissey as well. And then more or less the entirety of the DA's office. So technically, I'm not sure they can appoint a special prosecutor or even try to hire Brennan again. Because she's suing the entirety of the DA's office through Morrissey. So, yeah. My personal opinion is that Cosgrove here is just stalling. Everybody in that office knows they're fucked. But they're stalling because that would mean another hearing and more costs for Aiden. That's all this has been. If they can't get into jail or prison, at least make it everything as expensive as possible, which they are failing at, but they are grasping at straws. Anything, everything. Now, Lindsay is just self-preservation. She has to make herself the victim. She was bad at it in the case here, really bad, and everything would have come to light anyways. But this is her stalling everything.
I'll make an order, Margaret, just as to 240043, the order of the court that the district attorney appoint a special prosecutor within 30 days.
Judge, if I may, we'd just like to be heard on that very point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Attorney Better is going to address that, Judge, just in terms of the potential conflict extending all the way to the DA.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Starow.
Judge, the problem with this situation is that the alleged victim, who is dragging Mr. Cosgrove as Detective Lieutenant Tully, as part of these series of legal maneuvers, sent a demand letter to Michael Morrissey in his capacity as district attorney, presenting claims against the DA's office arising out of the same incidents which have left Mr. Cosgrove to leave. And it's a classic demand letter. If something's not done within 6 months, she intends to take legal action.
And this is to the Norfolk DA.
This is to Michael Morrissey in his capacity as district attorney, and we believe that the Norfolk DA's office now has an irreconcilable conflict, because it would lead to questions about how are they in a position as a future potential litigant to start appointing people. So
why don't you do this? Why don't you write up something and put something in writing to show your opposition? Obviously, I'm not going to I think it makes sense for the district attorney's office to review whatever it is that you file and then make a decision on that. Okay?
The last concern with that is at the moment, because Your Honor disqualified Mr. Mello recently in the decision. Mr. Cosgrove has been relieved, and this Mr. Novak has been relieved. This case, the 24 indictment, at this point in time is essentially stateless. There is literally, and I want to overuse the word literally, there is literally no prosecutor on that case for an indictment that is approaching a year and a half, almost 2 years old. There are still outstanding discovery issues, and obviously Mr. Cosgrove is no longer in position to deal with those.
Yeah.
But we just want to get this remedied as quickly as possible.
Yeah, no, I agree. So I think I'm pretty comfortable with my ruling that within 30 days, someone has to appear from the Commonwealth.
Okay.
Whether that's the Attorney General's office or another prosecutor's office or somebody, but somebody has to come.
Thank you.
I agree with that. All right, now we're going to the other two cases, which are 23-00313 and 25-0088. I think we're on today for discovery motions on that. I know that you have filed a motion to dismiss. I'm sure Mr. Cosgrove hasn't had a chance to respond to that because it was filed within the last week.
We've had some discussion about that, Your Honor. And if the court is agreeable, we have some suggested dates. I believe that we have agreed on a filing date of a non-court date.
I'm not exactly sure what Lindsay is suing for, because I only saw her lawsuit through people on X and commentary around it, and I skimmed through a bit of it, and it's not entirely clear, but it's more or less they conspire against her. Everyone, including Aiden, including Karen, including Proctor. Everyone is conspiring against her. It's so, yeah. It's self-preservation. She is, to my knowledge, representing herself. And probably because there's not a lawyer in the country, besides maybe Ginger Ass, who would take her case. Because it's stupid.
Non-appearance date, but a filing date of October 27th for the Commonwealth to file a response to the motion.
Brandon is here. Hey,
and then I believe that both
get well soon, Brandon.
defense counsel and I would be available if it suits the court on either November 12th or November 14th to hear argument on the motion.
Margaret, what is the court schedule like for those days? With Walsh.
Oh, Brian Walsh case.
So it's going to have to go through the regular course. Give me a date later in the month.
I think that's December.
Yeah, because the Walsh trial is going to start, and
yeah,
I think October 20th, and that will take care of this session for a while.
Is October 20th work?
No, we're talking about Mr. Cosgrove having the hearing later in the month of November. The filing date's fine.
Right, so
Later in November, Your Honor?
Yeah.
They didn't think they were going to be available till December.
yes, I mean, the following week is Thanksgiving week.
Yeah, okay, then go into the first week of December.
Any day but the 4th.
Well, that suits me because I can't come on the 4th. So,
The 5th, okay?
Friday the 5th?
Yeah, does that make sense? All right. Okay, so Friday, December.
Non-evidentiary motion to dismiss?
Correct.
Yes, I think it's non-evidentiary at that point. There's a prayer in the motion for an evidentiary hearing, but I assume the judge would make a decision as to whether or not to grant that based on the argument on the 5th.
It'll be at 2 p.m.
Okay, what else do we have? Do we have any?
There are two other matters, Your Honor, that I'd like to raise with the court. One is a motion for a protective order for certain investigative materials. I have just...
Is this the Brady list?
Yes, it relates to the Brady list.
Yeah.
I have just served the actual motion. The attachment was previously provided to the defense, but I believe Mr. Bradel wants to, is okay with taking it up today and wants to be heard briefly on it.
Yeah.
And I'll rely on my written submission.
Okay. So what we have before us is a motion for protective order relevant to certain internal investigatory materials, and that has been presented today by Mr. Cosgrove. Mr. Bradel, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court will certainly remember, we've maintained our objection about public materials, about public officials, that, you know, the risk of embarrassment, et cetera, is not a grounds to, you know, hide something from the public. And, you know, a lot of this stuff, the trend has been in the last few years to make police misconduct issues publicly accessible. So, you know, Mr. Carney shouldn't have less rights than everybody else out there. There's no First Amendment exception for Aidan Carney that he can't have things that the public can have. So this is one of those issues where, you know, we maintain our objection that there's no reason to impound these items. And the stated reason that, oh, Mr. Carney might talk about these issues is not a ground, and it fits under the rubric of public officials' misconduct should be out in the public sunshine, and that's that. So it's not a ground to say, well, Mr. Carney's going to talk about it. And so it's a simple analysis that the public interest should prevail here, and Mr. Carney should be included in that and get the benefit of that.
Okay.
So there's no grounds. Thank you.
Gotcha. Okay, what else we got? Anything, Mr. Cosgrove?
I just have one more thing, Your Honor. Judge Rayburn, quite a while.
Yeah, I completely agree with. I'm a bit, because the judge has the discretion here to actually just, yeah, you're correct, because it's most of this is already out there. People have talked about it for a month. What's in the texts, emails, and stuff. So why should Aidan be precluded from doing this just because he's the defendant here? Hey, Brandon, thank you for your $10. Yeah, it's D2 and at least one more doing the same wild stuff. Your crazy stalker from Bastan. Remember, please drink Sam Adams with reckless abandon upon awakening for best result. Sam Adams is a beer, which I enjoy. Samuel Adams Brewery. I'm available for sponsorship. I already put this out there on X and everywhere else that I see people getting, they are getting 100,000 a month for speaking about this thing. And then the other say, they are getting 8,000 a month for speaking about these things. Folks, for only $8,000 a month, I'm prepared to talk about beer. And beer I already drink and enjoy. And I will talk end on how good your beer is. So I will sell myself for beer. Yeah, for only $8,000 a month, if you are a brewery I already enjoy, I will talk very, very well about you on my streams. Oh. Thank you so much, Brandon. Getting us to 27 to the next spin on the wheel. Only 27. Thank you, Brandon. And Brandon, the most important thing here is that you get better. Okay? Soon. What? There's two different beers. Sam Adams or Sam Adnams? I've never heard of the Sam Adnams. Two different beers. I have no idea who that other one is. Sam Adnams. No idea. But if you send me samples and
A while back I want to call the court's attention to this, even though I'm not going to be in the position of litigating it. Judge Rayburn, quite a while back, gave Ms. Gattani leave to file pro se motions with the court. About 3 days or thereabouts after I became aware of my need to withdraw, there was a release of a link to Ms. Gattani's cell phone extraction on the internet, which raised a number of issues, having litigated what should happen with this cell phone extraction rather extensively over the course of this case, raised a number of issues that I would otherwise have proceeded with a motion before the court, specifically as to whether the release by someone, and it was not directly released by Mr. Kearney, violated Judge Krupp's order. Ms. Gattani has filed a pro se motion which sets forth a factual basis for that and asks for certain remedies. I'm not sure I'm on the same page with her as to what the appropriate remedies would be or whether it also violates Your Honor's order. But I do think it raises very substantial questions as to whether there was a violation of Judge Krupp's order. And I would urge the court to take a look at it and consider whether it's worth a hearing date and how the court should proceed. And that's all I'll say about it.
Okay. Have you seen it, Mr. Bradle?
Judge, have I seen,
what was filed by Ms. Gattani?
I have.
All right.
First point, Judge, if I may, is that I don't think Commonwealth Counsel is in any position to argue anything on the
And I don't think he is. I think he's would agree with that. So what I'm going to suggest is that should probably be put over to a date where there's a new prosecutor here. I agree with you on that. I think Mr. Cosgrove has correctly moved to withdraw on that case based upon the circumstances. And I think that a new prosecutor comes in, we'll take a look at it, and then make a determination.
Sure.
Okay.
And I don't want to take a lot of Your Honor's time on this, but just so Your Honor is aware of our position, is that Ms. Gattani keeps filing these motions with the court that are creating a serious risk of denying Mr. Kearney of a fair trial, prejudicing him, prejudicing me, prejudicing Mr. Betterow to the court, to the public. And these things keep getting filed by a third-party litigant. There's no privilege in Massachusetts on the part of a third-party litigant to be asking for things like she's asking for in this motion, suppression, a fine, other relief. You know, this is outrageous. And we're going to ask in writing when there's a new prosecutor.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Why don't you
Because we just had it with this. It's going to prejudice our rights to a fair trial on behalf of Mr. Kearney. She can't keep taking pot shots with the court. Your Honor has to read this stuff. You know, it should be stricken. It shouldn't even be accepted, is our position.
All right. So I will then see you back, or someone will see you back on whatever date that is that we chose for the hearing.
And one final thing, Your Honor, I'll put on the record that I told Mr. Bradle and Mr. Betterow that with respect to the most recent indictment against Mr. Kearney that involves him standing outside the pizza shop, making faces, that I would provide him with the discovery by the next court date.
Okay. And that's agreed to, Judge. That's perfectly fine. I did file 2 arraignment motions that I would just ask the Commonwealth to look at in terms of what we're looking for in terms of the response.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your matter is continued to December 5th at 2 p.m. Thank you.
All right, have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see here. I think they are outside of the court. Thank you to the Young Jerks for providing this. Thank you so much. Let's listen to.
It's got for us outside the court right now.
Well, that was a lot of. I think we anticipated that the motion to dismiss would be argued in a different case. We would need more time. Of course, it was a mega motion, so it's a lot.
And they haven't responded yet.
They haven't responded yet, so they have to respond like 30 days, and then we're going to argue it on December 5th. It sounds like so. But I think the big news out of today is that especially what we knew was coming, that these Robert Cosgrove has tapped out of the Katani indictments. So
Yeah, and you guys didn't object to that. So let me ask you this: let's talk reality here. In 30 days, if they haven't appointed some magical prosecutor, will the court do anything?
This case is on life support. There's no prosecutor. Literally, there is literally no prosecutor on the 2024 case. 1 was removed by the court for making himself a witness. 2 have had to withdraw for various reasons. Alleged victim in that case is suing anybody and everybody in connection with that case. Who's taking that case? Would you?
I will not take that case.
So, look, someone has to show up, but I think also the court recognizes that because of the legal maneuvering, that district attorney doesn't even have the ability to appoint someone because they're apparently going to get sued as well by this individual. So it's a fiasco.
So Judge Doolin made it sound like I'm laying down the law here. 30 days, got to be somebody appointed. Do we really think something will come of it if nothing can happen? If nobody's appointed?
Well, something has to happen. Either dismiss or prosecute, one of the two. We have a right to discovery that's still outstanding, and that shouldn't stop because they don't have their house in order. So our position is get your house in order, and if you can't, then do the right thing and dismiss.
Yeah.
End it.
And certainly the defense is prejudiced by that. Let's talk about the most recent case where you're waiting for some discovery. That now they say will be here by the December 5th latest date. What are you expecting to get? This relates to what I call the pizza case.
the window intimidation.
Yes.
So there's grand jury documents. We haven't got them yet, so we don't know what was said in there. And of course, we've seen in the other case that the grand jury is very important. That happens behind closed doors, and if there's shenanigans, we need to be able to identify them and review what happened in there and how I was indicted for witness intimidation for doing T-Rex arms Tuesday night.
But we also want to know on that, the whole case revolves around an apparent illegal wiretap out on the street. So what are they going to do about that? Are they going to charge them? Are they going to give them a break?
Was that rhetorical?
Whoever's in charge of the property.
Let's be clear about that. We asked for an investigation into that, and initially, the Canton Police Commissioner recused herself from consideration of that and kicked it over to the DA, and we filed a notice with the DA to alert them to this, and they simply haven't responded. So, we'll have to wait and see with all of that. But
let me ask about the guts of the motion. We haven't heard the reply yet or the response, and then I assume you guys have the reply. I think the strongest part of it is the misrepresentation to the grand jury. There's a lot in. So is that the key to you, or do you see something more important in the motion that supports getting rid of these charges?
Well, we see a lot of problems in the grand jury, disclosing evidence, relationships with people with very checkered histories that they rely on, destruction of evidence, non-disclosure of evidence, false and misleading testimony. I mean, we could go on and on if you have an hour what the problems are. But, our view is that considered cumulatively, all of this is egregious governmental misconduct, and it all ought to be dismissed. You can't have prosecutors, police officers, private civilians working at the behest or with police officers doing these kinds of things. So I wouldn't isolate it and say this is stronger than that. The whole mosaic is awful and needs to be dismissed.
What do you? Yeah, but you're a good attorney. You always have to anticipate.
I have no idea how they're going to respond to this. In our view, a lot of this misconduct is indefensible. So, but that's for them to decide. I don't want to speak.
We're not giving them any ideas.
How long
Come up with their own.
They're boxed in really well. They're boxed in, and we're very optimistic about it, as we are. They're dropping like flies. Nello's gone. Novak's gone. There's more to come on Nello with respect to the Reed witness case that's still out there to disqualify him there. So there's much more to come. We moved the needle today, kind of mostly by agreement. Again, we're stalled because the government can't get its house in order with prosecutors. So, we're gonna see where that goes.
Every time I come to one of these hearings, I walk out the same way, thinking, "What the hell are they doing, and why? What's the motivation?"
You have to ask them.
I knew you were going to.
None of us understand.
You might have something.
I mean, I'm coming up on the 2-year anniversary of getting arrested at the bus stop, and I don't feel like we've made much progress. They've done anything. Every time we come here, like you said, we just got to kick the can down the road. And maybe next time we'll talk about something important and discovery. And it's I don't know what their plan here is, but I think it's just to keep me out on bail and keep me on my best behavior, and or I don't even know if they have.
The problem is when they started this case, the idea was to stifle speech as it relates to another. Didn't work out for them, and they're still doing this, and they're kind of stuck with that. As we learned earlier this week, many of the witnesses who presumably are going to testify at a trial here are apparently all about to be sued for civil rights and conspiracy violations. That's another case, other people making those decisions. But you'd like to think at some point in time that you see what happens. We have no prosecutor on one of these tonight. The whole thing is just literally on life support. This other case is kicking around. It's failing. All of this is failing. And you'd like to think at some point that they just reevaluate special prosecutor after special prosecutor after special prosecutor. That appears to be the way the sausage is made in this county. But at some point in some time, it's got to go. It's got to go. The Karen Reed case is over.
They lost. I've heard. I've heard it's time to see the writing on the wall with this case. It was only brought to keep it quiet, and the thing is over. It's circling the drain. And, we want this case has got to go to.
Could the state move it to another county just to keep get a clean?
I've never seen that happen where the state would move a case. I don't think it's going to.
What would that tell you if a prosecutor is afraid that they can't win in their home court, that they want to go someplace else? If that's even part of the thought process, then you should just dismiss it.
Maybe if they move it to North Korea.
Yeah.
So you brought up a good point. Now Morrissey this is ability. So what is the option if the court?
The hell knows. The Attorney General, who has already, as you've seen in the motion again and again, has refused to get involved. Why would anyone in private practice choose to get involved in this? Look what happens. You may get sued. Look, I don't know what they're going to do. It would be foolish to even predict. It seems to me the only right thing to do is dismiss all of it.
Well, they make a lot of taxpayer money, so that's their carrot. So who knows if someone is out there, the fourth or fifth person across all these cases. Are they going to make $250,000 too?
I mean, they paid about $20,000 to work one day. They paid Ken Mello at least $80,000 to. I don't know what he did, but they just literally took the money and ran. And the taxpayers are the real victims here.
When I sit there and I see all of that money going out the door, it's right.
That's the scandal, though, right? I mean, you have 3 special prosecutors that are now gone from this case. What does that mean? They're not DA salary. That's extra taxpayer money. And one of them got himself kicked off for being a witness. Another one bailed the day after the motion was filed, who worked with Mello. and Mr. Cosgrove understandably had to leave because he's being sued. But you paid for this. It's your tax money that a year and a half later has a case without a prosecutor, and all that extra money went into it. You saw it in Karen's case with all the special prosecutor fees. It's happening here, and maybe the question to ask is, why do they keep doing it? Why does it keep happening here? What's the problem in this county, and why there is such a crisis of confidence in law enforcement here? This shouldn't be happening again and again and again. It becomes a giant fiasco.
That's why all these people are here.
Well, that's where, right, that's what I was gonna say, is that's where you guys come in. The media comes in and the public comes in, that's why you guys are here, because this is outrageous and it needs to stop, and, eventually you get to the ballot box, but you guys are all free to speak out now because, Aiden's not gonna be the scapegoat here. Aiden's not gonna be the martyr. We're gonna get him out of this, and nobody should have to be in that position.
Yeah. That this is really, because now many people know the trials against Karen Reed cost the taxpayers millions and millions. Just Brennan and Aperture is $1.6 million just for the prosecutor and 2 experts who didn't even use their own materials. So they are speaking to the taxpayers. Seriously, talk to your politicians.
Good job, baby. Good job. Go do it.
Can you do a picture first?
Too much thoughts?
And then
No.
By the way, Mark, I got an hour.
Nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you, finally. Thank you for coming. Good. Just one.
Yeah, I know. Well, I got to call.
So, Aiden, is this what you expected today?
Basically, yeah. I was, maybe we would get into the motion to dismiss, but I'm worried he's gonna need more time. It was a huge motion. Whatever. 3 more months, just kick the can down the road.
Exactly. Mark promised he'd be the umbrella holder.
Yeah, I'm like the front of the ball. Where are you going? Okay, where's that? Oh, he's walking. Okay. In the registry. I'll drive off. Let's go. Oh, yeah. So we'll come to.
Thanks, guys.
Sure.
I don't think that brings us more. Let's hear. How is he lucky? What exactly did he do? What was illegal? No. Aidan Carney made the mistake of reporting on the Karen Reed case and revealing things that were in the court documents to the public and confronting people. Now, all of these are well within the boundaries of the First Amendment, the freedom of the press. They don't care. There's a lot of places in the world that do not care about the press. United States have one of the absolute best protections for the press in the world. but the state don't like it because they are revealing things. Unless he intimidated witnesses. That's the charges. Yeah, and in Massachusetts, the witness intimidation is extraordinary broad. It's more or less, did you make them uncomfortable? So he has a fight on his hands. He does. Now, let's get to the last part of this stream, the Karen Read hearing. Are you all ready for that one? All right, here we go. Reminder, we are $27 left to the next spin on the wheel. Through PayPal, Buy Me a Coffee, Super Chats, gift and memberships. All right, let's listen to this.
All right.
Good afternoon, folks. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, all. Before the court is 2483 CV 692. This is the case of Paul O'Keefe and Alia versus C&C Hospitality, LLC, DBA, CF McCarthy. Alia case is called for status and for Rule 12 motions. Counsel, please introduce yourself for the record, beginning with plaintiff's counsel. And if you could state the party you represent as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Mark Diller on behalf of the plaintiffs.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Dan Buck on behalf of the plaintiffs.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Damon Seligson on behalf of the defendant, Karen Read.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Charles Waters for defendant Karen Read.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Read.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Aaron Rosenberg also on behalf of Ms. Read.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. William Kevel on behalf of Karen Read.
Got it. Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Christopher George on behalf of the defendant Karen Read.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marissa Palladini on behalf of Karen Read.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Hassett on behalf of Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Okay. I'm sorry, did you say the Waterfall?
Waterfall, yes, Your Honor.
Got it.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Karen Read also on behalf of Waterfall.
Yeah, Karen Read has a lot of lawyers.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Looking those on behalf of the defendant, CF McCarthy.
Good afternoon. Okay, that's all the counselors. Good afternoon, folks, and welcome everyone to the event for this afternoon. When I was assigned this case last spring, the first thing I wanted to do was try to get a sense of where we all are going to fill in our tracking order and get a sense of what direction this case is going. And in the meantime, it looks like there was a motion to dismiss filed by the defendant. So what I would like to do is go through some of the procedural issues that you see in the case for now. We can talk about tracking order. I do think that it's important to get a trial date established at this point, like we would do with any kind of a wrongful death tort action. So to that end, we'll start with the plaintiff. What do you see as procedural issues? I'd like to get an update on discovery, on how that's all going. Counsel? And then we'll get into the motions to dismiss as a substantive issue. I know there's a lot of people here that want to see what the case is all about, but I think it's more important at least to get an idea procedurally where you stand.
Understood, Your Honor. Plaintiff has served all of the defendants with discovery. All of the defendants are currently late with regard to producing discovery. We have not received any as of yet, or minimal. We have started to get some of the documents from the DA's office, though we are is significantly deficient at this point. We're still waiting for the records to come in. So we undertook with the stay that we weren't able to get any information, and the DA's office wasn't turning anything over while the criminal matter was pending. So we're still trying to get all the documentation in.
Okay, but just if I can follow up on that, the stay that was issued, Judge White had issued one back in maybe the fall. I had issued one when the criminal trial was ongoing. That was sort of a self-defining 60-day or whichever comes first. So that should be pretty much in the rearview mirror for now, right?
I recognize that, Your Honor. Right. So when the stay was lifted, all discovery was served on the parties or thereabouts.
When you say discovery, we're talking about depositions, documents, notices of depositions, or no?
Only one deposition has been noticed, and it's been tabled because we don't have any documents at this stage.
I see. So it's really the paper discovery that you're looking for. And when you say the DA's office, that obviously is not the defendants, that's going in a different direction, but you're pursuing that sort of on your own?
Right, but I anticipate that the defendants have all the same data that was exchanged during the criminal matter, to which we haven't ever received. So we have requested that both from the defendant, and we've requested it from the DA's office.
Okay.
It is coming in from the DA's office in parts, and I anticipate we should have it all within the next 21 days, is my guess.
Okay. All right. Procedural issues from the defendants. We can start with you, Attorney Seligson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As we're anticipating the status of this case, it's important to inform the court that from Ms. Reed's perspective, we have affirmative claims that we intend to bring on her behalf. Those claims stem from the same facts that are at issue in this case. Those claims, Your Honor, are against parties that are not in the litigation at this point, including the Massachusetts State Police, Lieutenant Brian Tully in his personal capacity, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan in his personal capacity, Michael Proctor. Those claims would be in the nature of violations of Karen Reed's civil rights, conspiracy. The claims against the Massachusetts State Police would be negligent training, supervision, and retention of Massachusetts State Police troopers. We also intend, Your Honor, to bring claims, affirmative claims, against Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and Brian Higgins, who were the occupants of 34 Fairview Road in Canton on the night in question. Those claims will be in the nature of civil conspiracy, violation of Karen Reed's civil rights.
Yeah. Here, there are anti-Karen Reeds. Oh, they didn't mention Colin. That means they are acknowledging that he was not in the house. Fuck twats. Morons. Imbeciles. They are getting these first number of people in to get depositions, to get discovery. And once that is in, that information can lead to Colin was in the house. So it's not any type of acknowledgement of anything. Anything. It's just these are the people we are have the best shot at getting discovery from, to get into depositions. That's what all this is about. Now, as I said a couple of hours ago to Mo, Brother Counsel did an excellent video about they are doing things out of turn here. Because usually Karen sues them, O'Keefe sues her, same set of facts, they ask the judge consolidate the cases, the trials. Judge approve or denies. Here they are forewarning the judge they will bring in these people in this case. So it's a little bit of out of order. Doesn't mean it won't happen. It's just a bit strange that they are choosing this way to do this.
And then a claim against the town of Canton through its police department for negligent failure to secure the garage and the sally port. We asking the court's permission to bring those claims in this case because they do arise out of the same nucleus of operative facts. In order for us to fairly defend Ms. Reed in this case, those claims, those parties need to be asserted in this case. What we'd like to ask the court's indulgence for is we have a proposal of how to bring those claims in, given the voluminous nature of this case. That would be 10 additional parties coming in. To do that, we would be alleging that the individuals in the house diverted attention away from themselves towards Ms. Reed, that law enforcement then acting on that diverted attention away from her, because the people in the house were either police or police adjacent who were socially and personally connected. Then they collectively conspired to ensure that what happened in the house was not explored and investigated. And instead, Ms. Reed was wrongfully targeted, maliciously prosecuted, made to face 2 criminal trials for the death of John O'Keefe, and is now facing allegations of wrongful death, all stemming from the same claims. How do we synthesize the process to bring these claims and parties in? What we're asking the court to consider is for us, at the time we file her answer to the complaint, we've got some claims that we're asking to be dismissed, regardless of how the court decides those. We still have to file an answer on her behalf. Our suggestion would be to file those claims against those parties in the same pleading. Serve all of those new parties with that complaint. Allow them 30 days, not the normal 20 days, to respond, so the court can have one hearing on whether some may bring dispositive motions, some may file general answers, so that we can then decide how and who is in the case and proceed forward. So I bring that to the court's attention. And I'm happy to brief it so that Mr. Diller can have an opportunity.
Well, at a minimum, you're going to do that. I'm envisioning what the plaintiffs are going to say to this rather extraordinary process, but go ahead.
But that would be, otherwise it's going to be a very unwieldy, delay-inducing process, and we're not looking to do that. This accounts for trying to conserve judicial resources, trying to have a streamlined approach, at the same time making sure that all the claims and all the parties are in this case. The alternative would be for us to file a separate action on Ms. Reed's behalf, alleging these claims, and then move to consolidate immediately with this case, which Your Honor has broad discretion to allow. The point being, the claim should be in this case. They all arrive out of the same facts. They're not separate. And that's essentially what we like to do. We like to brief that, Your Honor, and have the plaintiffs respond and then proceed from there.
Okay. All right, let's hear it then from the Waterfall.
Yes, Your Honor. We are in the process of completing written discovery propounded to us from the plaintiff for order of extension until next month. We anticipate that will be completed then. We as well.
When you say an extension, this is an agreed to extension? Because the tracking order is what it is. We'll get to that in a little bit.
It's been agreed to.
Okay.
And then, Your Honor, we're looking at depositions, but we don't want to consider noticing depositions yet until a lot of the document requests have been answered and the subpoenas for keeper of records. We haven't seen any of the records. We're aware of them certainly from the criminal trial, but when there are a lot of records, as I understand it, that are still to be produced, so that we would then proceed with depositions as warranted in conjunction with counsel and obviously picking dates that work for all. But that's what we foresee in the immediate future, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from C.F. McCarthy, then.
Your Honor, a similar vote as to Waterfall. We're putting efficient touches on our discovery responses. The last leg of it is just direct communications from employees, some of whom no longer work with C.F. McCarthy's, but we anticipate having that included in the very short term and getting that over to my brothers.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's hear from the plaintiffs then, in terms of the response to the procedural issue that was raised, in particular by Ms. Reed's counsel. Are you aware of the circumstances that they're seeking to join 10 additional defendants into this action?
Absolutely not, Your
It's the
Honor.
first notice you've gotten?
Of course, I would expect.
Not how the court
that-
system likes this stuff to work, folks.
Like, I would expect the courtesy of the meet and confer to at least let me know. Obviously, they can choose not to do so. That's their prerogative.
He is bullshitting here because this has been somewhat publicly known that they will bring all of these people in. Now, had they done it officially through paperwork to the plaintiffs? No. But they knew. They knew.
But I certainly would have liked to have been made aware. Section 1983 actions, I believe, Your Honor, would have to go up through the federal court. We're not seeking to have this case removed in the federal court. We started in the state court. We're intending to move forward in the state court. We would like to have a state court, Plymouth jury decide this case. So to the extent that my brothers and sisters and all of those who are involved believe that they have other legal rights and they want to pursue other legal theories, that's their prerogative to do so. When it comes to interfering with our opportunity and right to justice, we're not looking to sideline that, Your Honor.
All right. Any response, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking for permission to serve a motion to advance this procedural proposal. So Mr. Diller is not being surprised by the argument that we're going to present to the court. He will have an opportunity to respond. There's no requirement that civil rights claims be brought in federal court. In fact, this court has jurisdiction over those claims. They all stem from the same facts, Your Honor. In the plaintiff's complaint, there are allegations that we need those parties to defend against. This is not just a wrongful death action. our narrative of what took
But it
place.
is, though. It's the plaintiffs. Well, just hear me out for a second. And when you say that it's not just a wrongful death, that's what the plaintiffs have alleged. The defense have filed motions to dismiss portions of those. So with this, at its essence, is a wrongful death action being brought by the plaintiffs, right? So what you're seeking to do is to be allowed to amend these proceedings and to effectively bring in 10 other defendants for the claims that the defendants have against those third parties that aren't noticed here, right? So you've got to procedurally give them notice as well as the plaintiffs notice of this event before it goes to any adjudication by the court.
And that's what we've built into this proposal, which is trying to streamline that process, not depriving them, the new parties, of the opportunity to argue both the procedure as well as the substance. And we're suggesting, instead of serving party X with a third party motion for a complaint, then that party opposes it, then the court rules, then that party perhaps is brought into the case, and then brings another motion to dismiss substantively. We're not seeking to...
Isn't that what the rule requires?
The rule does require that, but the court has discretion to consider the streamlined approach, and we'd like to brief that for Your Honor, but we're raising it at the status conference so that, because we are scheduling deadlines and events out into the future, we'd like to at least have the opportunity to advance that argument for the court and allow Mr. Dilla to respond to it. And then we will act accordingly. That's the purpose of the disclosure of this today, Your Honor.
All right. So I don't know that there's any ruling by the court today that would have to be made relative to that, because it isn't even filed yet, so that there's nothing before the court. So ideally, what my instructions to the clerk's office by setting this event up was to get a trial date from you folks and then work backwards, like we would do with any wrongful death court action, which this case is. I take exception to the defendant's notion that this is not just a court action. It is. That's what it is. It's a civil case. I know there's a lot of people who are interested in this case, but at its heart, there are at this time eight parties involved in this case. Correct? There's 5 for the plaintiff, and there's 3 for the defendants, 2 corporations and Ms. Reed. So that's the way the case is shaping up. You've got your tracking order, so you understand what the deadlines are now. I have the tracking order, I think basically shows this case as having discovery. Yeah, your discovery is supposed to close August of next year. Your Rule 56 motions to be done by October-ish of next year. Final pretrial conference February of 2027, with judgment by August 26th of 2027. So that's what the tracking order has in store as the case stands now, right? I mean, we could get you a trial date way sooner than that if you wanted to. I mean, literally, I could, the clerk and I were talking earlier before today's proceeding, and I may end up having to suspend, depending on what the circumstances. We were charging the jury on a homicide case earlier today. So we have a deliberating jury right now, so I don't know that I may have to suspend and then rejoin here in a little bit. But for now, so you understand it, we could get you a trial date as soon as practically this spring on this case. But to join 10 new defendants under wholly separate theories for people that haven't even been joined yet in this litigation puts that on its head. There's no way you wouldn't even have this procedural process outlined by the spring, most likely.
I understand that, and that's the dilemma that we're trying to bring to the court's attention, because there is going to be an affirmative.
Well, you're saying you said earlier affirmative defense in this case, which those would not be affirmative defenses. Those are wholly separate third-party causes of action against people who are not part of this litigation, correct? So it's not an affirmative defense.
It's not an affirmative defense in the traditional sense, but it is part of the defense in the face of the wrongful death claims. The wrongful death claims stem from the same facts that the affirmative claims would be seeking to be pursued against. So it is the same set of facts. If we were to file a separate action, Your Honor, where Karen Reed is the plaintiff and these parties that I've identified are the defendants, we would be pursuing down 2 separate pieces of behemoth litigation when we can consolidate them at the same time. That's what we're trying to suggest may be a more streamlined approach. And it's not intended to delay. It's actually intended to try and synthesize the process and conserve resources, attain judicial economy without prejudicing the plaintiff. Discovery is already ongoing. But to have 2 depositions, for example, of parties in 2 separate cases, where we can have one and the claims could proceed at the same time, just seems to make judicial sense. That's why we're raising it. We'd like to brief it if the court gives us that permission.
Okay. All right. On that last discrete issue, anything else from the plaintiffs?
We have served them with discovery, asking them, they have a burden if they're going to do affirmative defenses to establish that there are third parties who are responsible here. That can be their affirmative defense, but they have the burden to prove that. And if they can't meet that burden, then it should never come into our case. If they're seeking to overlap these 2 cases and throw it as far wide ranging as they've just announced, then there's no way that we would not be prejudiced by their strategy in the plaintiff's underlying case.
All right, those issues are reserved. I'm certainly not going to make any ruling on that. There's nothing formally before the court, no written motion, no Rule 9A or 9C certificate, none of that stuff. So it's not procedurally before the court, but certainly I appreciate hearing the argument nonetheless that this may be the future landscape of the case. What also brings us here, when I noticed the status conference for today, the defendants have filed motions to dismiss. If you're prepared, I'll go forward on that, let you deal with the substance of the motions to dismiss. I have read through your material, so I get the gist of what the defendants are raising. Counsel, would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. As we've briefed, Your Honor, the counts that are at issue in the motion to dismiss are counts 13, excuse me, the counts 10 through 13. They are infliction of emotional distress claims. As we have presented in our papers, none of the plaintiffs observed the alleged incident that is described in the complaint. None of the plaintiffs came upon the decedent in close enough proximity to state a claim for emotional distress.
Yeah, this part here might sound odd for many people. What do you mean, enough proximity to state a claim of emotional distress? And I was a bit surprised as well when I learned about this. But more or less, in order to make this claim, there are statutes all over the place that says you more or less have to be there when it actually happens. Otherwise, and this is probably a statute that are out of economic reasons, and holy crap, this will bring us a lot of cases. Because if it's not in the immediate proximity of the event, then everybody who went to their deceased loved one, who was victim of a crime, everybody who saw the body could then bring a suit. And that would multiply the number of cases to an outrageously large amount of people. So the courts have decided that you more or less have to be there when it actually happens.
There is the cases, Your Honor, limit when a claimant can claim emotional distress. The cases talk about temporal, spatial, and relational limitations. Taking the claim that Kaylee Furbush has alleged, that claim is for negligence / reckless / intentional infliction of emotional distress. And the basis of that claim is that there was a discussion on the telephone or discussion after Karen Reed had left 34 Fairview in Canton and had somehow started to fabricate a story about what had taken place. Kaylee Furbush was not at the scene, and the perception of someone dying is not an actionable claim under any case that we can find in Massachusetts state law. So she wasn't at the scene, didn't come upon the decedent, and therefore doesn't have the same types of proof, at least is played in the complaint, that would satisfy the limitations that the case law sets out, the temporal, the spatial, and the relational. With respect to the claims of emotional distress that have been brought by John O'Keefe's mother, father, and brother, again, they were not witnesses to the event. They came upon him many hours later. There are cases, and particularly the Cohen case that is cited in our brief, that speaks to the time that passes between an alleged event and when a family member or a bystander witnesses the consequences of that alleged event. And in that Cohen case, the court speaks to the fact that the mother of a young man that died in a plane crash didn't get to find out about it until many, many, many hours later, and the court denied the right to pursue an emotional distress claim. More importantly, Your Honor, there is a remedy here. If for the sake of argument, there is a remedy here through the wrongful death statute. And the wrongful death statute compensates for the types of harms that are alleged in the complaint. So what we're asking the court to do is to dismiss out the emotional distress claims because they are duplicative and allow the plaintiffs to pursue the wrongful death action singularly. We rest on our papers. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. So let's turn to the other defendants, if they want to be heard. You've filed separate motions, essentially arguing the same relief, but if you have anything you want to add, you certainly can. Waterfall?
Yes, Your Honor, we have Waterfall, just very briefly. I think the distinction here the council's making is that these claims, these infliction of emotional distress claims are intended when you're in the zone of danger or you're a recipient witness. And in this instance, it's many, many hours later that the parents are seeing the decedent in the hospital. I think it's after 7:50 a.m. And so based on what the Cohen case states and in terms of the principles that the courts have applied here, it just isn't from a relational standpoint close enough in proximity to be able to advance this type of claim. And in terms of the wrongful death statute, those loss of consortium damages, the damages of the loss of the son, if the plaintiff is making this claim going forward, are in fact addressed in that statute and obviously would be available as remedies to the plaintiff.
What about Semino versus Milford Keg Incorporated? I have a 1982 case that I found talking about the wrongful death, emotional distress injuries. Have you reviewed that case? I'll give this case site, 385 Mass 323. It's a 1982 case. It would seem to suggest that that emotional distress is really not preempted by the wrongful death statute.
Your Honor, I think the wrongful death statute alone would not necessarily cover all of the damages, but my argument would be more in line with the argument that in terms of where they are in relationship to the accident, since it wasn't witnessed and since it wasn't immediately thereafter that they came upon the scene in a roadway, in a driveway, and observed the decedent, I would argue, Your Honor, based on that, that that's a problem for the plaintiff moving forward, and that would be the court's consideration. I appreciate, Your Honor, that there are some differences in the wrongful death statute and emotional distress claims.
Okay, thank you. Ferreter versus Daniel O'Connell Sons, a case that goes back to 1980, also kind of speaks to that issue too. Let's hear from C.F. McCarthy's on that. Anything else to add on the motions to dismiss? No? Okay. All right, great. All right, I'll take that issue under advisement. I do have some, I'll read through your briefs a little more closely.
Allow us to.
Yeah, of course. What I was going to say is that what will happen in just a few moments, I'm going to give the plaintiff an opportunity to respond to that. But I want everyone who's sitting here to understand that the comments I'm making now are not really doing other than just trying to tease out what the issues are. Motions to dismiss are not based upon the evidence, but rather on the allegations that are contained in the complaint. And those allegations, for purposes of a motion to dismiss, have to be accepted as true. And the question is whether or not the plaintiffs have stated a plausible claim under the case law, Iacchino and others that deal with this issue. So with that context, plaintiff, if you want to respond to both the motions to dismiss raised by, I should say, both the two corporate defendants and Ms. Reed.
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. The question that's really posed for this court is, like you just said, assuming all facts are true, indulging every inference in the plaintiff's favor, does the plaintiff's complaint plausibly suggest that plaintiffs are entitled to relief? The answer is yes. This is a motion to dismiss. The lowest standard, the Brum case, plaintiff's obstacle is a minimal hurdle, a relatively light burden, so long as the court looks at the allegations holistically. If relief to the plaintiff is plausible, by the cumulative effect of all the factual allegations pled, we survive the motion to dismiss standard and we move forward to discovery like we should in all cases and in this one. There are three arguments that my brothers have put forward in this case. We oppose all three of them as follows. Number one, the defendants incorrectly state the law by suggesting that NIED claims are subsumed or preempted by the wrongful death statute. Number two, Your Honor, the defendants improperly seek to limit the scope of NIED claims by creating an arbitrary bright-line test for such cases. Number three, Your Honor, the defendants failed to holistically consider the facts alleged and the known vulnerabilities of the plaintiffs when evaluating the defendant's extreme and outrageous conduct in violation of the infliction of emotional distress standard. I recognize that this court is not new to this case, and I recognize that most people already understand the facts, but I think it is important and significant that I at least highlight the ones that will be at issue here today. Throughout, we intend, like we did in the complaint, to refer to John O'Keefe as JJ. That is what he was affectionately referred to by his niece and nephew. JJ no longer has a voice. His life was wrongfully taken on January 29th, 2022. He lived a life of service. He was a Boston police officer, and his personal life, when JJ's older sister and brother.
Yeah, now you're going to hear, this is the plaintiff's argument. They will argue this as if it is true. Now, through the trial, we know it isn't. They have to disprove the laws of physics to get Karen Reed backing into John O'Keefe. But that is in the criminal. Now, in civil, it's 50-50 and a feather. Do I believe they will succeed in civil court? No, I do not. That doesn't mean they will cry throughout the proceedings and do everything they can. But the facts are against them, but they are still making these because they do not, for reasons that eludes me, want to go after the cops and the McAlberts. So be prepared for arguments simply isn't true.
Mother-in-law tragically passed 2 months apart from each other, leaving 2 young children orphaned. JJ stepped up. He agreed to parent those children, to raise them as his own, and to support them. Fast forward to 2022, Your Honor. JJ is involved in a relationship with Miss Reed. It's been going on for a period of time at that time. January 29th, 2022, Karen drives drunk. She reverses her SUV. She knocks JJ down. She leaves him to die in the cold. And Reed knows that she strikes the plaintiff. Rather than seeking to help or calling 911, she returns to JJ's home. There, JJ's 14-year-old niece, Kaylee, a plaintiff in this case, is home alone, asleep. That's when Karen starts plotting. Now, it is significant for the facts for you to understand the context here. Karen Reed knows Kaylee well. She's been in her life for almost up to 2 years. She has served as a part-time maternal figure in her life. She knows that Kaylee is a vulnerable child, having lost 2 parents tragically. And 1 to 2 hours before JJ's body is ever found, before anybody knows his whereabouts, Karen Reed decides to wake up Kaylee in a panic. She tells Kaylee something happened to JJ. He's dead. He's been hit by a plow. Did I hit him? All to a 14-year-old child woken up from sleep who's already lost 2 parents. After provoking this chaos in the middle of the night, Miss Reed leaves Kaylee alone, vulnerable, shocked, and afraid. It's now 1 to 2 hours later. It's at or around 6 a.m. in the morning. JJ's injured body is now found. Right where Karen left him, buried in the snow, 911 is called. Now is when JJ's family learns of JJ's injury. JJ's injuries at this point enter into the O'Keefe's consciousness. At around 6 a.m., they rush to the hospital. It's 7:50 a.m. That's when the hospital pronounces JJ dead. And within minutes of being pronounced dead, that's when the O'Keefe family sees their son in the injured state that he was in as a result of the wrongful conduct. From January 29th forward, Your Honor, Karen Reed plots, she fabricates a conspiracy, she launches a public campaign of disinformation, and she involves a blogger named Turtleboy. She leaks not for public information through him. She pits.
Yeah, these are the arguments from the plaintiffs, from the O'Keefes. We know all of this are this case was a year old, over a year old, when Aiden got a hold of it. Over a year old. But for the O'Keefes, and I will say this out loud. Paul O'Keefe couldn't care less about the kids or his brother. He do not care. It's my conviction and opinion. He saw this entire event as an opportunity to get money. Because he's simply a really, really rotten guy. He do not care. John O'Keefe was single. No kid, no married, no kids of his own, no nothing. He took care of the kids. Paul O'Keefe was married when this happened. Had kids. He had all that family, him and his wife, had all the infrastructure already in place to just, get the kids in here. And they refused. They couldn't be bothered to take in their dead brother's children. They left it all to Jan. Because it would have been a cost for them. It would have been an inconvenience for them. Paul is simply a very rotten guy who didn't care about either of his dead brothers or his niece and nephew. Couldn't care less. That is my conviction. That is my opinion. It's all about the money. Had they taken in the kids, it would have been a cost for them. Now they are using the kids in the hope of getting a payday.
Her followers against the O'Keefe family, and all the while, Karen knows that the O'Keefe family is also vulnerable, grieving another tragedy in their family. The O'Keefes and Kaylee suffer severe emotional distress. It's more than anguish and more than grief, and it is not overlapping with the wrongful death statute. So the first argument that the defendants made, they claim that JJ's parents are precluded from bringing NIED claims because such damages are duplicative of the wrongful death statute. We reject that argument. JJ's parents are the next of kin, and their emotional distress claims are not preempted by the wrongful death statute. They took their first shot across the bow by making that their primary argument. Presumptively, they did so because it believed it's their best argument. But the problem with that argument, as Your Honor has already pointed out, it patently misstates Massachusetts law. You have pointed out the Cimino case, where, let me just point out first the wrongful death statute. It has two components for damages. It has two buckets of damages. It has the estate's damages. Those all are JJ's damages, his conscious pain and suffering, the medical bills, things that relate to his damages. And then we have the second bucket, the next of kin bucket. Those are lost value damages, the lost value of JJ being in his next of kin's life. And in that case, Your Honor, it is just the parents. Now, they suggest that those are overlapping with the NIED, but Your Honor was right to point out the Cimino case, where a drunk driver kills a 9-year-old boy. The father of that 9-year-old boy brings a case against the drunk and the bar for over-serving him. The father brings two separate causes of action, one for wrongful death, one for NIED, negligent infliction of emotional distress. The court held in that, and I quote, argument that plaintiff's claim for emotional distress is preempted by wrongful death action misconstrues the common law cause of action for emotional distress. Emotional distress, as the concept has evolved in the Commonwealth, is a severe psychological shock directly resulting from experiencing or witnessing the effects of the defendant's conduct. A claim for damages based on emotional distress, the court says, does not include an administrator's claim for loss of consortium, which will be present in every wrongful death action such as this. Since emotional distress is a wrong to plaintiff distinct from what was done to his son and the statutory beneficiaries of the decedent, it is not a duplicative remedy. It is not preempted by the wrongful death statute. And that's page 334 of the Cimino case, Your Honor. Cimino still remains good law. You were right to point that out. It directly contradicts everything that my brothers just argued here in this court. And I see no reason why this court should overturn the good standing law that exists under the Cimino. We ask that Your Honor deny the motion to dismiss for that first argument. The second argument that they make, Your Honor, is that the plaintiff's NIED claims are not sufficiently contemporaneous with the alleged accident because the family sees JJ 7 hours after the accident. that the law does not endorse such a narrow, arbitrary interpretation of the law. It is misplaced for the defendants to focus arbitrarily on the time of the accident, because let's look at the law itself. The liability for NIED depends on number of factors: where, when, and how the injury enters into the consciousness of the plaintiffs. And it also requires the degree of relationship between those plaintiffs. But I repeat, where, when, and how the injury enters into their consciousness. It is misplaced for the defendants to suggest that it matters that plaintiffs were not at the scene of the accident. Because as you pointed out, the Farrader case stands in the exact opposite, where the plaintiff who rushes onto the scene and finds his loved ones injured has no greater entitlement to emotional distress for that shock than a plaintiff who rushes to the hospital, so long as the shock follows closely on the heels of. It is misplaced for the defendants also to suggest that there is a bright line test for the number of hours that passes between the time of an accident and when the injury enters into the consciousness of the plaintiffs. Your Honor has persuasive authority from the Zachary case that shows that an NIED case can survive even when the close family doesn't see the deceased body or the injured body until a day later after the wrongdoing. There is no bright line test. NIED is a fact-intensive analysis. And when we apply the law to the facts of this case, let's look at where, when, and how the injury enters into the consciousness of the people that we're bringing those cases for. It's 12:30 a.m. and nobody except Karen Reed knows about JJ's injuries. Defendant's wrongdoing continues into those early hours. She knows she struck him. She seeks no medical help. Instead, she chooses to cover it up and hides the injuries from anyone. It's not until 6 a.m. that JJ's injuries are even capable of getting into anyone's consciousness. The O'Keefe family immediately learns of JJ's injury, and they closely on the heels, they rush to the hospital, at which time they see the deceased body within minutes of him being declared dead. It is incredulous to think that a wrongdoer who hides the wrongdoing and the injury from anybody can be relieved of liability simply because the injury becomes knowable only after they disclose it. The defendant's cited cases are inapposite. They have no relationship to what is being asked of this court. They all involve a motion for summary judgment standard, which is a very different standard than the one that we are talking about here today, the motion to dismiss, the lowest hurdle to overcome. They try to equate it to a mother who learns of the rape of her daughter 7 months later, but that rape was known to other people within days. They try to relate it to the Migliore case, which has no relevance because it deals with somebody who has no close relationship. They didn't even know the decedent, and therefore it doesn't meet that standard. And then they rely on the Cohen case, which I heard both sides try to suggest has relevance. But in that case, Your Honor, the mother learns of her son's death 7 hours after the death. That's 7 hours after the injury occurred. And by the way, it was already knowable 7 hours earlier by other people when that plane crash was projected, and the son of the woman who brought the claim knew about her own, his brother's death. The mother is 1,000 miles away, so spatial proximity is not there, and she only learns of it via phone, does not experience the injury, and never sees the body. Contrast that with everything that we talked about, Your Honor, where as soon as it was knowable, they learned about it, they rushed to the hospital, they saw the body, and they saw the body within minutes of him being declared dead. The purpose of the law is to distinguish between emotional distress from perceiving an injury versus the expected anguish that any person would feel from the death of a loved one. I want to talk briefly about Kaylee and her NIED claim to suggest because she wasn't at the scene or because she was not at the hospital that day and they tried to spare her of that does not suggest she doesn't have a right. In fact, she experiences the trauma, the panic, the chaos of the injury contemporaneous with Karen Reed waking her up in the middle of the night and exclaiming that her parental figure, the third that she has now lost, was dead, hit by a plow or her SUV. Notably, this enters into her consciousness before anyone other than the wrongdoer knows of the injury. To the extent that defendant seeks relief because Kaylee did not see with her own two eyes, I refer you also to the Cohen case, which they cite for different reasons, but in it, the language talks about sensory perceptions. To suggest that you can't use other senses in order to perceive and experience the injury or the injurious event is wrong. Otherwise, no blind person would have a legal right under NIED. We have many senses. We use them all the time. And when it enters into our consciousness, it's hard to undo of it. It is very different from learning that your close family member has died. That is upsetting. It will be upsetting to anybody. But to have experienced the event or the injury and enters into your consciousness, that is the very reason and the foundation why NIED exists as a claim. So on that second, we also suggest that you should deny it because they experience the injuries closely on the heels of them being knowable and perceivable to anybody. Third, Your Honor, the defendants argue that the intentional/reckless infliction of emotional distress claim should fail because there's no extreme or outrageous conduct directed towards the plaintiff. But when viewed holistically, the facts demonstrate that Ms. Reed should have known her extreme and outrageous conduct would be detrimental to these vulnerable plaintiffs. And I use the word vulnerable plaintiffs because it's relevant to our case law, Your Honor. It's misplaced to suggest that the conduct needs to be directed immediately towards those plaintiffs. As long as she should have known that the emotional distress was the likely result of her conduct, that's sufficient under the reckless infliction of emotional distress standard. So how do we evaluate what is extreme and outrageous? It's fact intensive, but the law does recognize that some critically important factors that need to be considered when evaluating what is extreme and outrageous. Plaintiff's susceptibility, defendant's knowledge of that susceptibility, and the relationship between defendant and plaintiff. The case law all suggests that that gives rise to extreme and outrageous conduct. In evaluating whether defendant's conduct was extreme and outrageous, the courts should consider whether individuals at whom conduct is directed is known to be particularly susceptible to infliction of emotional distress. Boyle versus Wenck, 1979 case we cited to, Your Honor. Our case law has recognized susceptibilities to evaluate extreme and outrageous conduct to be a recent hospitalization in the Boyle case, a cancer patient in the Harrison case, elderly or frail people in the Bailey case, or children, minors, based on their age in the Sarkonis case, all that we've cited to, Your Honor, and I'm happy to give you cites. The law in Roman versus Trustees of Tufts College says, as it relates to this, the court should put as harsh a face on the defendant's actions as the basic facts would reasonably allow. The relationship of a plaintiff to the defendant and her knowledge of the plaintiff's sensitivities is an important consideration in determining whether the challenge conduct satisfies the extreme and outrageous conduct. That's the Russell case. Let's talk about Kaylee as it relates to the infliction of emotional distress. Should defendant Karen Reed have known that emotional distress was the likely result of her conduct? Was defendant's conduct extreme and outrageous? Those are the questions that ultimately we pose to a jury. Kaylee was young, 14 years old. The defendant had a relationship with her, knew she was emotionally fragile, knew she was orphaned at the age of 6, knew that she lost both parents tragically. The defendant assumed this pseudo-parental role with Kaylee for nearly up to 2 years. The defendant, Ms. Reed, knows that she knocked JJ down. It's in the middle of the night. She wakes up Kaylee abruptly. She talks about JJ being dead, being struck by a plow, being struck by a vehicle. Mind you, this is all hours before anybody has even discovered his body, and she is now actively talking about him being dead. Then, after creating this chaotic, upsetting situation in this young, fragile girl's psyche, she leaves her. She leaves her home alone, shocked and frightened. Compound that by defendant's choice to speak her false narrative publicly, to use social media, to leak public information through Turtleboy, or to control that narrative. Why is Turtleboy out there saying the O'Keefe's family period of grief has expired and they are now fair game? Who leaked the autopsy photos that got published by Turtleboy for this vulnerable family to have to be exposed to that they weren't seeing before? To the extent that the defendant argues that this is not extreme and outrageous, remember the law. It is the jury's role to decide whether the defendant's conduct was rude and clumsy or extreme and outrageous. That comes right from the case law. As it relates to the family, Your Honor, should the defendant, Karen Reed, have known that emotional distress was the likely result of her conduct? Was defendant's conduct extremely outrageous? Again, those are the questions posed for a jury ultimately. But the law says conduct which the actor should have known would result in distress is actionable. And the plausibility standard, the motion to dismiss standard, which is where we're at right now, Your Honor, simply calls for enough facts to raise a reasonable expectation that discovery will reveal evidence of the illegal conduct. Margaret and John have now buried 2 children. Paul has buried all his siblings. Defendant always knew this. She has always known their vulnerability, and yet she creates a calculated and malicious campaign of disinformation designed to hide the truth in this case. She pits the O'Keefe family versus the Reed family, and a reporter who she asserts editorial control publicly proclaims to Reed supporters, the O'Keefe family's period of grief has expired, and they are now fair game. Discovery will track how much leaked information defendant should have known would result in distress to the O'Keefe family. To the extent that the defendant suggests that this case fits nicely within any other case decided on this issue, remember the facts and circumstances here are exceptional. We wouldn't have these TV cameras or a full courthouse if they weren't exceptional. That is why we are here, Your Honor. It doesn't fit within a nice box like every one of those cases I cite. The Polite case where we talked about false police reports and harassment petitions were not considered towards emotional distress because they were petitioning activity. I want to talk about that briefly, because what Ms. Reed has done is not petitioning activity. It is not asserting a defense within a courthouse or having her legal counsel assert that defense or testifying at a court hearing. Instead, what Karen Reed is doing is not petitioning at all. She is waiving her Fifth Amendment privilege. She's speaking anywhere and everywhere that would give her a friendly audience with editorial control. She's gone on Dateline, Nightline, 2020, Fox 25, Boston Magazine, Vanity Fair, WEEI, Turtleboy, HBO Max, ID Discovery, etc. There are more. This is an exceptional case that requires exceptional discovery, that requires us to decide this matter by a jury, not by a motion to dismiss phase, Your Honor. It is not like the Quinn case that they cite where there's an open adulterer involved, and so they think that's not extreme and outrageous. And it's not extreme and outrageous like it has nothing to do with the employment case where they fired somebody who had a criminal case pending, then they brought them back on, and he didn't like the way that they treated him after he was found not guilty, which is different, by the way, than innocent. The court should deny the third of those arguments. They should know that plaintiff's susceptibility and vulnerability are at issue in this case and are the very reason and foundation why it is extreme and outrageous conduct, and that defendants' improper actions would cause severe emotional distress. Defendants' actions were not rude and clumsy. They were extreme and outrageous. We ask Your Honor to allow this case to go forward with discovery, allow us to explore each and every one of those issues, because these are real damages for real people who have suffered long enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any response from the defense?
Your Honor, briefly. Firstly, those allegations contained in the complaint are allegations which we will refute. Counsel cites to the Camino case, relies heavily on it. What counsel didn't tell the court is that in the Camino case, the father of the child who died in the car accident was himself hit. Part of the car accident. Gets up, runs to see his son. It's contemporaneous. It's at the time of the event. And the court didn't have the same spatial, relational, and temporal concerns that the cases speak to with respect to emotional distress claims. So I point that out for the Honor. You also mentioned much about conspiracy theories, much about going out in the public and creating a narrative, which is precisely the reason why we're going to brief the issue about why those other parties need to be in this case. As I'd said, it is more than just a wrongful death action, Your Honor. I respect the opportunity to brief that, and we rely on our papers and defer the court on the motion to dismiss.
All right, thank you. Any other defendants wish to be heard on the issue? Anything else? All right, thank you. Certainly, there's a lot to the complaint. And again, for the record, so that people understand this, this is a pre-discovery form of relief that the defendants have sought by way of dismissing certain of the counts that are in this complaint. And the court has to consider the allegations as being truthful and every reasonable inference to be drawn in support of that. So I will look forward to reviewing that. I'll issue a decision as soon as I can. As expected, the lawyers in this case have advocated the positions of their clients very clearly, and I expect that with the procedural things that might be asked for at some point, that this case will have a very long tail to it as it goes through the litigation.
We have had spins. Well, if you're talking about this case, that the Karen Reed spun the case in media, she was defending herself. And if it's true, it's not a spin. It might be a spin on the state, what they claim. But 2 juries of 12 agreed. And the last jury, will convict her on a DUI. Spin it again. Oh, there you are. There you are. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I saw the message. Thank you for your donation via PayPal. Thank you so much. And that is the missing $27. And here is the wheel of regret. I don't want to do a hot sauce. No. Spinning again. That's better. And through the magic of pure chance, a vodka shot. Dun dun da dun da 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 dun dun da dun da dun da da. Da da da. Cheers. I will not do both. I should remove all the hot sauce from this thing. Hold on. Bum, bum, bum. Nope. There. Accidentally removed a few of the slots. This is the last week with this. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Yes, Mr. Jingles is here. Next week, there will be a new lineup with all the booze I got from US. I got 8 bottles from local Utah brewer distilleries and Florida distilleries, and then 2 bottles of Senju Korean wine. First time we did this, I asked if you were sure you wanted all the spicy stuff on that, and time with everyone, the answer is no, that was not a good idea. Now, the first spin today was hot sauce. And yeah, now, if this had been one of these events where, the entire wheel is about to disappear, then I wouldn't have removed any slots. But we are closing in on the end of this stream, and I want to, But next Friday, with the Wheel of Regrets, we will have. Hold on it while I show it to you all. We will have Sugar House Bourbon Whiskey. out of Salt Lake, we will have Gonzalez Tequila. We will have Temple of the Moon Gin. We will have St. Augustine, Florida Straight Bourbon. We will have Sunju Peach and Plum Wine. And my favorite bottle from Utah, Five Wives Vodka. And as part of the snacks, Warheads, extremely sour, colossal sours, and ooze shoes. Why did you went to US to buy soju? Connor, we were in one of the in Logan's only state monopoly booze store, and he showed me, because apparently Logan, Utah has quite a bit of a Korean presence, so they sell soju there. So I bought 2 bottles of soju there. Yay! And yeah, Warheads. Then I have a bag of pickle roulette candy. The candies have either like watermelon or apple, but also pickle. So that will be one of the things. And also, what was the hot tamales? Hot tamales. The cinnamon candy. I'm not a fan of cinnamon. So hence, from next week, that will be on the Wheel of Regrets. Yay! All right. Let's get through the rest of this.
Process. We expect that in the court system, we give people their ability to try cases and get a jury to listen to the arguments and to ultimately make a decision. My experience in doing this for a very long time in different contexts is that doesn't oftentimes bring the relief that people think it does. And so as a result, there's appellate processes. And so what I envision for the parties, unfortunately in this case, is a very long and sort of complex process that litigation provides. And you know, this is a civil case. It's not a criminal case. There are 8 parties as I identified. And those are the people that the court will be concerned with getting a fair trial at some point down the road. As I said, I could do this case, I could do this trial this spring if you'd like to. My sense is that there's nobody that's going to be ready to go to trial by the springtime. If you want me to sign a trial date, we could do so. And we literally have talked to the clerk, we could do it in March or April if you'd like to. But with the motions that are going to be pending, I suspect that that's not going to be the case, that you'll have to look at this from a more pragmatic point of view and decide when you're going to try to get this thing to a jury. You have a lot of work to do between then and now. I'd like to still get a trial date for you. Now, I don't know what that's going to mean in terms of bringing in other parties. You know, I didn't expect, because the court has had no notice, that there'd be this interest in trying to move this complaint in the direction of other parties who aren't even named in this lawsuit, 10 additional parties. And there's relatively novel theories as I'm hearing it. But nonetheless, we'll let the parties file the motions that they need to, and we'll address them as each comes. But my point in raising this all is that the parties also have another way to do this case. They can do it by way of potential resolution. And I mean this sincerely when I say that being a judge for many years, you learn things. What you learn is that oftentimes litigation is an inartful way to try to resolve parties' disputes. There's alternative dispute resolution, there's mediation, there's all kinds of other avenues that we advance to try to get people what they want, which is resolution of a case. The most important thing, it would seem to me, to any party to this case, is to resolve the uncertainty, right? Uncertainty is what you don't get when you go through the litigation process. You go through and you hope for the best. Lawyers work really hard for their clients, and we expect them to do that. Ultimately, the court system can make sure that the trial is done, and it's done in a way that's fairest that we can make it. And ultimately, a decision is made Civil cases, though, are very unlike criminal cases, and that's usually not the end. Ask any of the lawyers, your clients can ask your lawyers about post-disposition or post-verdict process. It can be really long and arduous. I've had the pleasure of having trials that are 16, 18, 20 years old, and they're still going. Your clients don't have to do that. The clients can try to put some efforts, at least as much effort in the litigation process as trying to resolve it. Why do I say that? Because resolving cases resolves uncertainty, which is perhaps the most important thing any client can get in a case. I say that because you'll have that opportunity through all the process. You've heard me outline it. Your discovery isn't even closing until the discovery is going to close next December, but it's really 2027 that you're looking for a trial in this case realistically. Again, we could do it in 2026 in the spring if you want to. And I'm going to ask the parties to work collaboratively to try to come up with a trial date that is workable. I understand that's a wrench has been thrown into the works because of this other process. We'll probably have to deal with that in the short term. I'll pledge to try to get you what you can as quickly as I can. I tend to get decisions out pretty quickly. I tend to try to move things to get parties what they want, which is ultimately their day in court. I'm just telling you at the outset that I think that it's worthy of exploring possible resolutions on your own. You can do it through this court. We have a mediation process that you can avail yourselves of, judicial settlement conferences. You can go through private neutrals, because there are now 8 parties involved in this case, 2 of which are corporate defendants, 1 of which is Ms. Reed. And so that's going to give you a lot of opportunity for dialogue. My sense is I'm probably wasting my time by doing it at this stage of the process, but I think it's important that your clients know that there is an alternative way out of this. Money damages are all the plaintiff can ask for. Nobody can restore it. We say this when people lose loved ones or that they have some meaningful part of their body or mind that's been lost in a litigation. We can't restore that. We award money damages. And so ultimately that's what the imperfect litigation system will have. Knowing that, there's a huge opportunity to try to resolve a case like this. And I would urge the parties to have very frank discussions with their lawyers about that and ask yourselves, is it worth going forward with all the uncertainty? And I'm not going to explore with your clients what everybody has to lose. Everyone knows that. If I were representing a plaintiff in this case, I would tell them all about things like the time it takes to get to litigation, what we have the burden of proof. Yes, it's easier with a burden of proof that's by a more likely than not standard versus a proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but still it's a burden of proof nonetheless. But there's a time value of money. People don't, getting this behind them is an important issue. From the defendant's point of view, again, time is money. There's a lot of time, effort, and anxiety that is put together with a litigation like this. We have 2 ongoing, as far as I understand, the 2 businesses in Canton are ongoing, and they have their business decisions they have to make. Ultimately, their defendants in this case, they have to understand the risk of going forward in a trial versus resolution. Of course, Ms. Reed herself, a lifetime of potentially facing the uncertainty of a judgment and what that will mean in terms of ability to put this matter behind and going forward. It's going to be very complex. So you can resolve that by looking at putting some effort into this case to resolve it. If you can, great. If not, we stand here committed to giving you the next opportunity to get it before a jury, which I'm suggesting to you could do as soon as this spring, if you want to. Okay. Anything else we need to address this afternoon?
Not from the defendant, Your Honor.
Okay, great. I'll issue a decision on the motion to dismiss. Tracking order stays in place as it is now, but here's my concern, folks. With this motion that the defense team is talking about putting together, I think that needs to be looked at sooner rather than later. It's a big deal, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Why don't we get a status date? When do you want to, and we can do by Zoom, folks, if it's just as easy. My order was to have everybody here so that you all get a chance to meet. I want people to be understanding that this is a civil matter, and I want you to be, at least to some extent, trying to be civil about how to resolve your issues. I would have liked to see, for instance, this motion that was brought about in open court should have really been discussed ahead of time so you have a better position on it, but I don't want to waste your time. You want to do next hearing by Zoom? If you want to do it in person, you tell me. Plaintiff?
We're agnostic, Your Honor. I'll do it.
We're agnostic? Is that what you said?
Yeah, as it relates to that, we'll come in person or we'll do it via Zoom.
Defense?
Your Honor, we prefer to be in person.
Okay.
Either way, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, we'll do it in person. Fine, we'll do it down here in Plymouth. I will be moving into the Brockton court next month, but this is especially assigned, at least for now, so I'll come back down here. That's not a problem. Mr. Clerk, do you want to suggest a date for us?
Sure.
How many days do you want to go? 60 days, 90 days?
Yeah, probably 60 days.
60 days. November 21st, Friday in the end of November.
Yeah, that November 21st. Okay, I'll have a decision out before then, certainly as quickly as I can. 11/21, and that would be for a status regarding tracking order and discovery, and any motions, Rule 15 motions to amend or bring in third parties. Okay, all right, thank you, folks. We'll see you then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. What was all of that from the judge? Well, Judge judges in civil cases always encourage the plaintiff, the defendant, please make a settlement, please. That's not unusual. It's actually common. They will suggest this in almost all civil cases. Talk to each other, come to a conclusion, and then tell me. Now, the one weakness in this case for Karen Reed is, and you pointed it out in the chat, is the girl. Because in civil case, there's more leeway in all of this. And seeing a jury seeing a girl crying her eyes out, talking about what happened to her that night, is a danger. So, would I suggest that Karen Reed settle with the O'Keeffes? Oh, fuck no. Would I suggest they make an offer to the kids and kids alone? As in, here's a sum of money in a trust only accessible to the kids through a neutral party, not controlled by Paul or grandma and grandpa, but through a neutral third party. In the public, and also with an NDA that says Karen admits to no guilt, yada, 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 because she doesn't have to, but with these conditions attached to it. That offer, the O'Keefe will deny outright, because Paul does not give two shits on a straw about the kids. He wants a payday for himself. Mom and Dad O'Keefe, well, we heard Mom O'Keefe in the last trial. I don't find her especially, well, let's just avoid that. But for, if anything, make an offer towards the kids and the kids alone. Because the O'Keeffes won't take it, and then they can say this. We offered with an NDA, everything. Because the kids should not be walking out of this with all of this. They need all the help. Do I believe that will happen? No. I believe that the facts of this case, I mean, you can't get away from the fact that the laws of fucking physics, the Newtonian laws of physics, the transfer of energy, cause effect, stuff like that, there was no collision. There was no collision. No bump, no sideswipe, no anything. No. So, but that is what judges do. And if any sort of offer should be given towards O'Keefe, it's towards the kids and the kids alone. But I think that Karen Reed now has an opportunity to bring in everybody who was in that house. Because rules are different in civil cases. They get to depose all of them. They get to depose Proctor, Buchanan, all of them. things that wasn't allowed in during the criminal trial might get admitted here. But we will see. They have time to talk, get back, and we will know. If there is no settlement at all, 2027 is optimistic. Remember, folks, the Kowalski case took 10 years. And it's still not done because JHatch, John Hopkins Baby Snatching Corporation, they are still appealing. And they will appeal to Kingdom Come. So, folks, that was my show for today. Thank you guys for the supers, the gifted memberships. I will go through them here. Thank you to Dave for $50. Hey, drink. Yep, I did. Thank you to Wendy H. Thank you. Derek Crosson. Thank you. Pastor Engler gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Wendy H. When is David streaming next? And next week, he said. June S. 20 gifted memberships. That was so nice of you. June S. again. Thank you for your super chat. To DNB. Thank you for your super. Dave. Thank you for your super. Brandon. Thank you for your super. And thank you, Brandon, for gifting via PayPal. Thank you so much. That was very nice of you. And Brandon, get well soon. Get well soon. Get back to work. Folks, it's been a pleasure sharing this with you. And tomorrow, back to the Delphi trial transcript. Just have a look out, because I'm out of their algo completely. And so I need to rebuild a lot. So I will be making a bunch of videos and streams and stuff the coming week. But tomorrow, Delphi case. Next week, I will be on Megan Fox and her new case about another baby snatching case. And next Friday will be a fundraiser for the family who was victims of this new hospital baby snatching case. So there will be a lot of content coming from me. Thank you again. I will see you tomorrow.
Fast, spin it slow, Nick's turn, Nick. Don't you know the wheel decides what you owe? No escape, no safe road. Spin the wheel of regret. What will it be? What will you get? A shot of booze or a bite to chew? Spin it, Nick, it's up to you.